Ian's having some technical difficulties. He's trying to fix his mic, but
Get
you can
here.
you can see the look in
Oh,
his
I think
face
there we
now.
go.
But
Okay, I think I
hey,
bumped my USB port, and this just goes to show I need a new headset because apparently it unselected. It caused my headset to unconnect and then reconnect, which made me have to reset my settings. Anywho, good evening, the Hard Knock Dice, and specifically goes to Saltmarsh after a week hiatus. I hope everybody had a good week off. Everybody had nice relaxed, low stress, not worrying about your fictional character's well-being for a week, maybe, or maybe you worried more. I don't know. That being said, we're running a little late, so we're just gonna hop into things as quick as possible. Before we get into that, before we hop into it though, brief reminder that we are still doing a charity run for the International Medical Corps, who are benefiting people over in Ukraine, both on the physical and the mental well-being front. It's a very good cause, so I encourage you to click on the link that hopefully is going to be popping up into our chat here in the relatively near future, and click on that, donate what you can and what you're willing to. It's a good cause, so go ahead and do that. Unless anybody else has anything they want to announce. Yes, no, maybe so. Speak now or forever hold your peace. So, last week before last session on the Ghosts of the Saltmarsh.
ghostesses.
Ghostesses, many much ghosts. There are very few ghosts. It's just on Saltmarsh, the folks, homies of Saltmarsh. That's gonna be the new title. Uh, our party
I'm
were.
I'm gonna be real disappointed if I don't fight any fucking ghost in this whole
Now
campaign.
I'm just not gonna have any ghosts ever, and you have no one to blame but yourself. But our party had finished doing some investigating, and they were planning to try to benefit from the fruits of their labors, wanting to gain the support of what local and malleable counselors were still about here in Saltmarsh. Going on to the boat, our trio that are not our rogue hung out. Meanwhile, Gloob went on a swift bounce around town to collect those that would hopefully see reason. Visiting Manistrad Copperlocks, the captain of the guard, one Mr. Shepherd, because I'm an idiot and name people things. As well as Ida Owland, actually being very, very straightforward with all of them, like not sneaking around except to travel between places, getting them all to agree to meet at the party's boat, stolen, salvaged, lent boat, the boat that they murdered a bunch of smugglers on and is currently just hanging out in the harbor, and that they've used as basically a freebie hotel for most of this campaign. uh,
Was are there squatters' rights for boats, and do those work in Greyhawk?
I don't know, man. Y'all have to do exciting law research to find out.
Our squatters' rights are swords and spells.
But eventually, the counselors plus one Jacob Shepherd all gathered at the ship, and they had a talk discussing
Make
their
it that perfect.
talking about the evidence that they had collected throughout the day, trying to make the most solid argument they could for Eleander Firebrand's innocence, with varying levels of success in how convinced each of the three individuals were, but for the most part, feeling fairly successful. They rounded it off with a zone of truth to try to be very certain that everybody in that room could be trusted. Initially facing some pushback from Jacob on the grounds that he didn't feel like he could entirely trust all of you, you were eventually able to talk him into participating in the zone of truth, gaining sufficiently satisfying assurances that none of them, at the very least, were working with the Sea Princes or were participating in whatever insanity was going on with Firebrand. The questioning was opened to the lot of you, where a few questions were asked, and you guys kind of danced around a little bit. You started off dancing around the fact that you guys were going to be doing some work for the Sea Princes, and then just out and said it like, yeah, we're going to do some work for the Sea Princes because they're going to get us to Julian's brother. So that's how it is. Fuck you if you're mad about it. And also Jacob asking a pointed question to Gloob on whether he had indeed been attacked first. And Gloob chose not to answer, which was answer enough for Shepard. The party spent the rest of their night after those three departed in various and sundry ways. Bart falling asleep like an old man while watching Jakob carve some stuff. Jakob carving up a quite exquisite little miniature pirate ship. Julian spending a fair chunk of time just floating, finding some peace in the waters of the harbor, and Gloob kind of looking around after having been gifted previously by Julian. The painting that Julian had paid Zendros to find, the picture depicting a circle, a fairy circle on a little bit of green. While he was doing so, he was also gifted the small pirate ship by Jakob, saying that he had wanted to give Gloob his first ship. And so that's where we came to a rest for the night, as everybody drifted in varying levels of peace. Lots to think about, and we'll rejoin everybody in the morning as light breaks and everybody comes to consciousness. The day is yours. This is day number 2, after y'all had said a couple days ago, sent a message towards Prospero Artois via Bart that in 2 days you guys would be looking to head his way, being directed towards one Francois as a contact to get you most directly to him. The day is yours. What'd you guys like to do?
Gloob will wake up a little bit later today, unless anybody wakes him up earlier. Probably late 11, closer to 11, almost noon, unless someone wakes him up sooner. He was up kind of late last night.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I probably have like old man natural wake up at dawn like skills. So
6:37 on the nose as the sun crests the horizon.
So yeah, I mean, I'd probably get up and cook for the fellas and then knock on Gloob's door, but if he didn't answer, then not bother. You know, just have slightly warm food instead of hot food.
Gloob snoozing right now.
Like out like a light. All right.
You cut to the other side of the door and just see 2 froggy feet floating upside down in his
Oh, it's...
just bobbing slightly.
That's funny.
All right. Well, I'll gather the rest of the folks and have some breakfast.
All right.
Julian kind of introspective. We had a very busy day yesterday over breakfast, so still eating with enthusiasm. That's not reduced at all. Food good as fuck, but
is it good as fuck?
Bart, I got faith.
It's 28.
Okay, I'm gonna say natural twos happen. Natural twos
happen.
Yeah, since you're a halfling, mister, I am borderline immune to natural ones. You bitch.
Say borderline, that shit happened last session though.
You can
That's
roll
true.
2 nat ones in a row. It's just astronomically improbable. But sometimes the universe aligns.
I think this happened twice in this campaign so far.
2 times in over a year. That's not very frequently.
Still 2 times in a campaign.
Happened on some death saving throw specifically.
Yeah.
Be like that
the worst
sometimes.
times that you want to roll natural ones.
I want to res the cleric.
Well, so what's the plan for today? What's next on the agenda?
Jakob's just staring down into the bowl of whatever you gave him.
Out of character real quick.
Yeah.
Did we decide what we were gonna do with that scrying stick?
No, y'all still have it.
Totally forgot what we were gonna do with that.
Y'all basically had come to the determination of we don't know enough to use it yet. So, because y'all had read the note that was wrapped around it, and it didn't give indications of how to contact them, just to contact someone, and that it was whoever someone named Ward had assured them that it would stay good for a very long time.
I think we were gonna wait until Julian had finished deciphering the last of the poems and stuff, and see if that gave us any other leads.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because we had started to make progress on it.
Yeah, you had started to get into progress. You didn't end up staying up super late doing it, so you started to make progress, but you haven't gotten far enough for us to start getting readings of the entries yet.
Where's Darby when Glue wakes up?
I'd say Darby probably not, he didn't come straight up to breakfast since he does not eat, but probably a little before Gloob woke up. Darby probably would have come to join you guys just to see what y'all's plans were. So just kind of I did what I could yesterday, but I can't say that I felt like I was terribly effective.
No, that's all right. I mean, every little bit helps, and your intentions were in the right place, so I appreciate it. You weren't really getting compensated for anything, so it was just a great big help.
People seem a bit wary of strange armored individuals, and taking off the helmet to make myself seem more approachable did not seem wise.
Right. Yeah, I guess folk around here are pretty finicky to more combat at the moment.
Understandable from what little I did here. So,
well,
anybody doing anything else until any other conversation anybody wants to have until Gloob wakes up, or y'all just kind of hanging out on the boat until he's up and about?
I'm going to be getting back on that translation.
Okay. Yeah.
Once Darby walks in, Jakob's gonna kind of. It looks like he was just like kind of zoning out, staring at whatever is in the bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But once Darby speaks, he's gonna kind of go like, "Oh, Darby, good morning.
Good morning,
I've
Jakob.
been meaning to talk to you about something. If you got a moment later on today or whenever."
Of course, yes. All right. So
yeah, I'm gonna hang out with Brila a little bit while I guess he's
in weird
deciphering
ways.
that.
Trying to gesture you guys is a fucking mystery.
I'll just sort of hang out in the cabin while Julian is deciphering that note.
Okay. So Julian, you're still keeping cracking. So it's probably, aside from Bart, I'm assuming the rest of you kind of woke up at more reasonable times, like 8, 9 o'clock. Bart with his old man internal clock. So after eating and everything, you probably getting about another hour of work in working on that that cipher before Gloob. You'd probably be up at close like 10:30, 11 o'clock, somewhere in that range.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, how's it going, Gloob?
Good morning, Gloob.
How's it going? Goodness.
Morning, Gloob.
Good. Morning. What are we doing today?
Well, we're trying to figure out this cipher, get it straightened out, and maybe see if we can find out what's going on in this conspiracy.
Julian just gestures at the table.
When are we
Good.
when are we meeting cool guy?
Francois?
Oh yeah, his buddy. Cool guy's buddy. I don't know if his buddy's cool.
He's got a weird name. But yeah, I figured we'd talk to him before the end of the day and get picked up, right? That's the plan.
Sometime tonight.
Right.
So we got the rest of today.
Right.
Not a lot of it. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I was thinking, this might be a long shot. We need to figure out who We need a contact to get whoever to show up for that stick.
Right. Hopefully, we'll get some kind of information that might link those things together whenever that message is deciphered.
Why don't we? We could also try it, and again, I don't. Could message Primwater. I don't believe whatever he's gonna tell us, but it's a shot in the dark. If we get nothing out of the cipher, maybe he's feeling more truthful.
You want me to message Primwater and ask him who Ward is?
Ask him who he's been contacting, or who he's been getting in contact with for the Sea Princes.
Well, we've never met, like, formally Primwater, right?
Y'all have met him, like, not as individuals. You guys have technically interacted with him in the council chambers.
So we've never, like, personally talked to him, so he probably doesn't know Bart's voice too well, right? So maybe he can message him and pretend to be someone else.
I think a part of the message spell is that they automatically know who it is whenever you send them the spell. That they recognize. I think it's like baked into the spell. Hold on.
They
Wizards.
just know it's you.
Wizard said, "No subterfuge through the spell."
Yeah, I think it's for that express purpose, is that whenever you sending,
Isn't it a third level spell?
the creature hears the message in its mind, recognizes you as the sender if it knows you, and can answer in a like manner immediately. So it's if it knows me. I mean, I assume we've talked and discussed things in front of the council before that Primwater would probably know my voice. Maybe.
Once in front of Primwater.
Y'all been before the council with Primwater present a couple times.
Oh, wait. Okay. So he might. I mean, yeah, I guess we can just try Jakob's way and just say, hey, do you know this person? We're trying to...
I can still spin some subterfuge into it. Hey, maybe we can get you and Firebrand out. I need to know who Ward is. Tell me what you need. Tell me what I need to know now.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. You want to do that right now?
Well, let's finish the cipher first, and we might find out who Ward is, and we can ask a different, better question, maybe.
Yeah, it might also tip him off that we know, and he might somehow contact somebody to warn Ward that we're coming.
We message Firebrand first, and if it looks like he's doing magic with his eyebrows or something, Firebrand punches him.
I highly doubt they're probably going to be in the same cell.
Oh shoot! They've already made it to Seton, haven't they?
Well, no.
You figure they haven't made it quite yet. Y'all passed them 2 days prior, I believe. Yeah. And so they're close. They would be pretty close at this juncture, but you figure unless they really picked up the pace, they're probably not quite there yet.
They still got a few more hash marks on the map.
A few more hexes.
A couple of hexes to get.
Since that map's a goddamn hex grid.
Yeah, they gotta go west to get there.
They gotta go west. I fucking hate that map so much. I hate it. It just makes me sad.
Okay, I'll help Julian then. With little help I can give.
All right, I will hang out with Brila and sporadically cast guidance, I guess.
Well, Julian already made his roll, which was a dirty 20, I believe, for his initial. I wrote it down. Yeah, 22. I'm sorry, a 22 for your check, which definitely succeeded. But as previously stated, this one is much longer. There's more things to decipher, and also was much more competently encoded. So a harder code to crack. So it's still taking a significantly longer time.
Say canonically, he's chilling out and giving some cleric-y good vibes.
Right. Oh yeah. No, absolutely you could be doing that. I'm just saying his role's already been made. Gloob, if you're looking to try to assist, I will say you can make your own investigation roll to see if you can speed up the process.
Okay.
If you so desire.
Investigation.
Yes, sir.
12.
12. You are helping. Maybe. So, you're not this one, like, whereas you looked at the note previously that was wrapped around the stick and it was like clicked like that. This one you're like, whoa. This one does not make any fucking sense, just like on initial inspection. So, but you are aiding as you will. So, who knows? It may take a little bit of time off, but probably not a crazy amount.
Blue gets unlocked by the spelling of wherewithal. It's somewhere in the document.
There's somewhere in there it says Worcestershire sauce. It just goes, what is this word?
What kind of lycanthrope is this?
He's a wizard. This is a spell of some kind, obviously.
All right.
Arcane documents.
Jakob, is there anything that you would like to do while they are all kind of collectively hanging out and they're working on the notes, the poetry? It's not notes.
Yak would probably just go out onto the deck and sharpen his sword.
At some point, Darby probably vacates as well because he just sits there, sees what y'all are doing, and just kind of like, I'm very far outside of my wheelhouse. I'll clear the room.
Not surprising. Please do.
I forget.
And he just kind of goes, of course, and walks out, just a bit caught off guard, clearly, but walking
I'll give
out.
him one of those, like, don't mind him gestures. You're fine.
Just kind of dips his helmet a little bit and carries on outside.
When you're doing that, Bart, and you look back at Gloob, who's just staring up at you while you're saying it, and looks back down at his work.
All right. So, if y'all are not particularly planning on doing anything else until this is done, I'll say with intermittent assistance of the magical nature and as high of a check as Julian did roll, and with what assistance Gloob is able to give, he figures it's going to take you about another 4 hours to finish fully deciphering the entries in this note or in this book. Because there's not a crazy high number of them, and so you're having to find them. You're having to find which pages are that slightly off handwriting compared to the others, and such on and so forth.
Is that starting from when Julian woke up or from when Gloob woke up?
I'll say from when Julian started working on it after breakfast. So after Gloob joins in, you're looking at probably another 3 hours. So
okay.
Early or like late afternoon, starting to get towards the afternoon, or starting to get towards early evening. But so probably looking about 2-ish to a little after 2, maybe closer to 3. So, all right. And is nobody really going to do anything else until then, or shall we just go ahead and fast forward?
Yeah, I'm just going to hang out with Brila and while giving them little prayers every now and then.
Oh.
Julian's occupied, so.
He's occasionally hear the fucking, what are they, the priests from Age of Empires sound.
Yeah.
Whoa, no. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, so while there's not a ton of entries in here, even with the few that are there, not all of them seem particularly relevant. Some of them appear to just be a simple recounting of his day that day, going back the earliest entry seeming to be about a year before Keoland turned his attention south and began like focusing inwards, with some scatterings of entries that are just commenting on the amount of money he made and joyous exultation in like how well his business is running. He seems very very self-important from those entries. There are, however, a handful that stand out a little more as being seeming to have a little bit more pertinent information. The first of which is dated still quite a few years ago, right around the time of when Keeland was, that you guys can line up the dates of when Keeland was beginning to focus his attention back down towards the south and towards the coast. Reading as follows. The Crown has begun directing its efforts south. Already the pirate raids have slowed to only a fraction of what they had been in recent memory. A mixture of blessings and curses. Fewer accidents incurred which my own vessels are mistakenly plundered, but also the ease with which I can perform my illicit dealings with the princess have been cut to pieces. But I won't let these setbacks get the best of me. I have the will and the wit to prevail to even greater heights. The second of them dated only still a few years ago, but seeming to coincide around the time with where Firebrand's arrival from the capital in that ballpark. It has been some time since I have left my thoughts in this particular tome. Much has happened. Firebrand has proven to be a better thinker than I would have anticipated from a military man. Not smarter than me, however. Then there is this business with the Saltmarsh family. Terribly tragic, but also infuriating. It is clear as day that the princess grew tired of them and decided it best they be removed, and yet they refuse to confide in me. Claims that they or their immediate associates have said nothing in its regard. They must have heard something, though. The third entry, dated only a few months ago, probably just shortly, maybe a week, 2 weeks before their parties, before you all kind of converged on Saltmarsh. Business has been good for these years. I've grown used to the eyes that are all around, and more importantly, how to avoid them. Some of the cargo I move has changed to those that many avoid due to their unsavory nature. But sacrifices must be made in the pursuit of power and prestige. Some may suffer, but that would have happened anyway. If not at my hand, then surely in others. At least I am a gentle hand at business. Good condition of product has its worth increased many times over. And the last entry that seems to have any kind of relevance is dated maybe a week ago. This had to have been just before he was arrested. I have little time. I have received word just ahead of the Crown's enforcers that I have been discovered somehow. I must do my best to away. One day, perhaps, I will have the chance to return for these records. For now, know that they can't keep Primwater down.
Well,
And those are the entries you got.
it at least kind of says that Firebrand was an adversary of his. They weren't in cahoots at all, so that's something.
I was hoping for something more
Right.
solid.
Gollum.
Gollum indeed.
That's
Jesus.
you over there, my boy.
Can we make a copy of all of our notes here? Or here, I can do it. I'll bring out ink and ink buttons on some. If Julian's got some scrap paper or whatever, I'll take it and copy down all of our notes and the poems and from the poems and stuff. Say we'll keep ours separate. Glue will speak up after he's copied it over. There's a lot of interesting stuff that we need to go over, but I think we need to give this over to Shepard.
Right. Yeah. Let's go meet with him and see what he has to say about things. And then yeah, maybe I can send that message and we can find out, get a little bit of peeky at who Ward might be.
Yeah, come on. Jakob. Come on. We're going to the guardhouse.
Okay. Sheath sword.
Darby follow.
He just kind of looks up kind of as y'all are starting to move out and would you all like my assistance at all in whatever endeavors you have today?
No, thank you. So,
Very well.
Do you not think it would be best to have more assistance?
No, he's just going to slow us down. He's not caught up on everything. Come on.
You could the awkward eye contact between the various members of the party and back to Darby.
Quite all right. This is Social maneuvering is not my
we'll-
forte.
We'll talk later. I appreciate the help that you've given us so far. Make yourself at home. I'll be back.
Of course.
A apologetic look over at Darby. Besides, wouldn't do to have the boat left unguarded. Just kind of a knowing like nod.
Just kind of, once again, just kind of dips his helmet down, just kind of acceding, like, sure.
Damn it! I felt like I was like, Mikasa es Sukasa, and fucking Julian's like, make sure no one gets on our fucking ship.
No, it was very much a like, oh yeah, you have a job to do, kind of thing.
I will. I'll leave him my woodworking kit. And just say like, oh, I remember. Remember you're really good with it before. Maybe you can show me a few things later. You want to keep messing with it or not?
I'm
Whatever
sure
you
it
wanna
was
do.
simply beginner's luck, but perhaps if I occupy myself.
Yeah,
Alright.
beginner's luck. Looks at this like big ass scar on his hand.
And update, it hurts. Alright.
Jakob's years of sword fighting got pristine fingers until he started whittling.
Fingers. Jesus.
You said pristine feet there for a second. That was going to a weird
Whoa!
area.
Whoa! Calm
Yeah,
down.
Jakob
Little
was
did you
over
know.
here using monkey toes as the feet he's got. He can use his feet to make tool proficiency checks.
Heck yeah.
Alright. Okay. So y'all just heading over to the guardhouse?
Yeah. And while we do talk about the notes and try to digest some of what we heard a little bit, can
Gotcha.
you copy and paste those?
I
somewhere
can.
for
I
us?
can.
Thank you.
You tell me you didn't just memorize what you heard?
I started to try to write it down, and then you kept going. I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm not going to be able to do that.
I read quickly.
Um,
Whoops.
so, he thinks that
There you go.
that wall of text popped up.
It's a lot of text.
As we read back over that.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's fine.
Everyone's
So-
silently
So,
reading back through.
I think it's interesting. He, I guess we never really asked Anders why his family died. I always kind of assumed it was just a raid. But it seems here that maybe there was more to it.
Y'all do know that Anders' family was always very like well liked. They were one of the other wealthy families. They were popular with the people.
Right.
I mean, he might not have known that anything. I mean, besides the fact that the princes killed his parents, he might have not known that there was something more than just pirates bad. They kill people. They killed my parents.
Right, but I mean, did it? I've always just kind of assumed it happened in a raid of Saltmarsh, not something targeted. This is reading, at least to me, like like it was targeted, and I hate it, but we may need to ask Anders some more questions to get some more insight, because he may know more than he knows that he knows. Does that make sense? That didn't make sense.
Right.
It
No, I
does.
feel you.
But it might be easier to ask the captain, the guard, for the records of what happened, and maybe somebody that was around then. Because if Anders is as far gone as you all have said right now, opening what little scab there is for that wound might not be the best idea right now.
Well, that's the thing. He's only stonewalling us when we start trying to clear Firebrand because of the consequences of that. If we prove Firebrand's innocent, then the crown doesn't march on the Sea Princes, and then that's what he wants. But if we frame it as, and this is nothing's wrong about this, we're going after Sea Princes here. So if we say whatever information you can give us on, this information that we're asking for, maybe he knows something or has something of his parents that we could use. Maybe he has old journals of his parents or something like that. That may be of help. I don't know.
Julian's still kind of eyeing over everything, brows furrowed.
There is definitely something here more with Anders. Or his parents, more accurately. This doesn't seem to be what he explains it to be. Maybe not what he knows it to be, even.
Yeah.
Do you think perhaps his parents were involved with the princes?
It's likely, isn't it?
This reads to me, at least, at the moment, like an unsavory separation of business partners among criminals.
Still just kind of holding it up, looking at it.
Then there is the business with the Saltmarsh family. Terribly tragic, yada yada. It is clear as day that the princes grew tired of them and decided it best that they be removed. And yet they refused to confide in me. Maybe I'm wrong, but seems like maybe they were similarly involved with the princes. The way he was.
Right.
I mean, getting tired of somebody, they could get tired of us meddling in their affairs. I wouldn't.
I don't think that would be getting tired of.
Getting tired of their interference. I'm just saying that maybe we shouldn't jump.
I'm not saying for sure. I said on first reading.
From what I've read on...
Oh, go ahead. I was just saying the confiding in me part. If they were equivalently employed, that could have been a reason for him to think they should have confided in him.
Yeah.
Just another angle to think about.
No, I think you're right. And the problem with that is we can't tell Anders that.
Well, there's also that part in the end there claims that they or their immediate associates have said nothing in its regards. They must have heard something, though. I mean, do we know any of Anders's parents' associates? Does that imply that the Sea Princes did something that multiple people might have been involved with and told them, y'all gotta shut the hell up now, or y'all be next, or something like that?
I don't know.
I'll make a quick clarification on how I meant that to read. As in, his contacts with the Sea Princes, their immediate associates and things, have not said anything.
Oh,
Gotcha.
okay. Gotcha.
Claims that they, my associates,
Right,
the
they,
Sea
yeah.
Princes- okay.
My punctuation's all over the place when I'm writing
Gotcha.
shit.
We're good.
So I punctuate tending to how I pause when I speak. Without
Gotcha.
really going back over it.
Well, with that addendum, Julian, just be like,
If his associates within the Sea Princes, or if he thinks that they would have heard something, that would mean the Saltmarsh family was significant to some regard within the Sea Princes' dealings, either as associates themselves or direct enemies, neither of which has been brought up. In either case, there's more we don't know.
I'd say Anders feels pretty solid on the notion that it was the Sea Princes who did away with his folks, so, I mean...
Well, yes, but if it was the Sea Princes doing away with enemies, or Sea Princes doing away with inconvenient business associates...
I have to ask y'all, because y'all have a better read on people. We're sure that Anders doesn't have anything to do with the Sea Princes now.
No.
I mean, I don't know how capable of a business person Anders might be. I mean, for all I know, he could be, feeding them information unknowingly or something like that, right?
Because the word, right? Ward. Maybe that's not a. Maybe it's not a name. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Well, that's what I was thinking originally, is that it was like an actual ward, like someone you're supposed to look after. But
How old was Anders when he was left alone by his parents?
because late teens, early 20s, right? It wasn't too many. It wasn't too long ago. It was only like a few.
It's
years
only been
back,
a couple
right?
years. The Anders is like 19, maybe 20.
But he was a minor when his parents died.
Barely. By our standards nowadays, by their standards, he's more or less grown. By like more medieval standards, he was an adult.
I
But
doubt he would
but
have
still a
been
very young
referred
man.
to as a ward.
I mean, we could walk in there
Yeah,
and
that's fair.
refer to him as Ward and see what happens. They're like, "Oh, hey, Ward, how you doing?"
I don't think it's so much a title as a someone is someone else's ward.
Mm-hmm.
It would probably confuse him more than anything else. But I would like to do some poking around in his estates. Even if he's not. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Even if he's not himself involved. He may be inadvertently so, or his parents at least. Some clue somewhere. We're running out of time rapidly.
There's too much here.
I could try messaging Primwater and see if he will tell us something.
I think we have to. And I think it's best to have that information going into Shepard. I cost a lot of trust with him last night.
I mean, we all did.
Oh, go ahead.
Let's go ahead. I think maybe it will be a better gesture if we kind of bring Shepard in on. We go ahead and tell him what it says now. Maybe he has some insight on it, and we have him involved in the questioning about Ward, so that I don't know. Maybe he'll feel a little bit more in the loop.
Okay.
Just for clarity, it's been a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Water is the one who wrote these
Yes.
entries, right? The
Correct.
one who was arrested with Firebrand.
Yep.
Right.
The thing
Perhaps,
is. Oh, go ahead.
perhaps we should bring up to Primwater we have translated incriminating evidence. He's fucked, but if he cooperates, his sentence might be lighter.
I don't know. I don't think he. I mean, we've kind of been pretty on the up and up with Saltmarsh. He might think that might be. We might be too goody two shoes for that. But if we think that maybe we're of a mind that both him and Firebrand are wrongfully accused, and from the way he writes, I get kind of the impression that he thinks he's smarter than everyone else. That if he's got us fooled, that he might be more willing to divulge information, right? Like, these half-wits think that he's got us. Or, yeah, I've got these half-wits. They think that I'm wrongfully accused. I'll spill the beans, and then they can get me out of there.
But
Go ahead.
would he reveal any information about something that's potentially incriminating if he thinks that we're on his side? I mean, because if Ward is going to lead us to something about the Sea Princes, there's not a chance that he's going to tell us if he thinks that we think he's innocent.
I mean, I was kind of thinking of something along the lines of, might have a plan to get you and Firebrand out, need to know who Ward is. And then just leave it up to his brain to try and put all that together, and maybe in his haste he'll let something slip or just give us everything we need to know or something, right? I mean, he's at this point in time he's probably going to be about to salt or about the Seaton, so if there was a time to kind of like get him out, should be pretty now or never.
Hmm.
Because there's no telling where they might put him in Seaton after he gets, I don't know, what's the like processed or whatever, and put him in one of them cells, or I don't know how the justice system works there too much.
I'm gonna process him like a can of spam.
Yeah.
He had a heads up that they were going to be here.
Yeah, that's true.
Why didn't he leave?
That's also a good question.
And why would you write it down that you had a heads up? That seems like as soon as you get that notification, you leave and you get as far away as you can. Why didn't he?
I mean, maybe he feels like he's going to be able to get off. Maybe there's still a phase 2 to this plan, and when he gets to Seaton, whatever accomplice he might have in there has a way to pin it all on Firebrand instead. This cipher, we know how it writes now, right? I mean, if we were to find another message, we'd be able to decipher the code, right?
Julian side eyes God real quick, questioningly.
If you found another note or something using the exact same cipher, yeah.
So maybe we could have him. I know it's a long shot, but if they allow prisoners to maybe send messages from their jail cell, maybe he could write something in the same cipher and get it to Shepard and say, hey, this is exactly how this works, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of pieces we don't know about.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get more out of this. We've got more questions, more to do.
Let's get in here. I think we've been standing in front of the guardhouse for like 10 minutes. Let's get in here and involve Shepard.
Right.
Okay. So
Have you been listening to us this whole time?
I'll say it is a bit of a walk. So so this is a conversation that if y'all were not particularly hurrying, if y'all were kind of meandering while you talked, y'all would have made your way there. But approaching the place, I'm sure, assuming you guys state that you're there to see Shepard. You'll get let in. Shepard's in his office, seeming the piles of paperwork on his desk may have shrank a little bit. They may have grown a little bit. Not quite sure. Could kind of go either way. Yeah.
You have some
Expect to see you
more
guys so
information
soon.
for you.
Yeah, we got this stuff deciphered.
Just kind of waves you guys in, like, shut the door. Yeah. Please, share.
Julian places on the desk in front of him, reaches down and rotates the paper around for him to read it.
Just kind of takes it. Takes like a couple minutes to read through everything, including the entries that were kind of with what little was given to you guys, with the ones that y'all have read out loud. The other ones were even more just kind of just asinine nonsense. Finishes reading through them. Says, huh. Always knew he was a prick. Definitely nothing. His dealings were nothing new. But definitely sounds like, at the very least, the things being pinned on him by the guards aren't entirely false. If I'm understanding what he means by more unsavory cargo.
Yeah.
What do you know about Anders folks?
Oh, yeah. In what way? In what regard?
Oh, why would the Sea Princess kill him?
I mean, they were they were good. They were good to the people in a different way than Miss Alland. They advocated a lot for, you know, more heavily guarding shipping routes and merchant ships and the larger fishing vessels. A lot of the time, just more security.
More security, and
Yeah.
that security would have to come from Seaton.
Either seating themselves or they occasionally would loan out their own guard. This is around the time they died is when they began to dabble in mercantile business. They were originally apparently like a purely fishing family, and at the very least, Anders got that kind of know-how from his parents. Is they've about equal parts fishing and mercantile business at this point.
Right. Okay.
But
All
I
right.
can see how they'd be a thorn in their side. They're
Right. So
wealthy
yeah,
people
yes.
with political sway, trying to make sure that they couldn't rob anybody.
Right. And so they kind of got into the shipping scene for
Yeah, they began to.
merchandise, and they had someone that kind of wasn't in on the rest of the game with everybody, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if I don't know how many houses or families or whatever are doing all kinds of mercantile businesses in Saltmarsh. Kind of seems like a few,
In
but
the moving the same amount, not quite. The is almost exclusively Primwater, Aubrek Drallion before he kind of fell on his hard times and recently resurfaced, and then the Solmore family started kind of easing in. There tons of trade didn't begin coming through here originally.
Nope.
Before we before the crown decided that they wanted to increase trade in the region. It wasn't quite as profitable of an enterprise for enough people anyway. So as trade picked up, it seems they decided to maybe we'll put a few of our ships on that and see how it does.
All right. Um. Yeah.
How
Okay.
how exactly did they die?
It's almost like like a heavily populated assassination. They were out near one of their one of their warehouses, inspecting and going over the books and stuff, and a very small raiding party had made their way close enough to Saltmarsh that they could strike and exit before much could be done.
We've had experience with those types of raiding parties in Seaton.
Yeah.
They hit one of the prisons there and got out one of their own.
Surprised they would go to the trouble, but I guess if they were important enough or felt they had information they didn't want to lose.
That second part,
There you go.
or more accurately, information they didn't want shared.
That sounds about right. But I certainly dealt a blow, but I mean, Anders has a good head for business at the very least, and now he bears a grudge that's probably, if he ever has kids, is probably going to carry on for generations. So they probably might have shot themselves in the foot, as it were.
Right.
Did anybody ever take care of Anders once his parents died?
Families, retainers, the servants, and the like. He was old enough at that point then. He was a man grown.
Do you know on this letter here, and I'll point out the one ward? I know we sort of talked about it a little bit before, but we were talking about maybe that means not a name, but a ward. Who that might refer to?
Within Seaton, anybody with the number of
And so,
people with significant amounts of magical ability are none, basically. here within Saltmarsh. I understand that the father over at the temple to Procan has some healing and other divinely gifted capabilities, but I know of nobody here within Saltmarsh who could produce the object that that note claimed he produced or they produced. But like I said, there are a handful, at the very least, of people with the surname. Plenty of people adopt or look after kids if their parents go overboard. I guess those could qualify.
Yeah.
But
none of those stick out to you as having to deal with the sea princes or anything?
I'm sure there are plenty that have some kind of side business, but that has been a large part of our purpose here is sorting them out. But it's a slow business. Tight-lipped people around here. But like I said, I can't imagine anyone with enough magical ability to produce magical equipment or items of any kind allowing themselves to live in comparative squalor than what they could be if they were selling such wares.
Right. Well,
They'd have to be either insanely devoted or mad, or both.
well, shit.
Bart, do you want to tell them our plan?
Right, I got the ability I can talk to someone from long distances away, and I was going to try and maybe use some subterfuge on Primwater and say something along the lines of, "I got a plan to get you and Firebrand out, but you know, need to know where Ward is or who the Ward is, or you got to tell me about Ward or the Ward or something like that, right?" And maybe you might give up some information or get us a lead or get us a little bit more on a trail that we might be able to at least to start to go down.
Couldn't hurt. When they took him, bit of a blubbering mess. I don't know if he's. You said you spoke to Firebrand. Had he? Primwater looked like it looked any more together.
That'd be some. Can I roll a retroactive perception check or a wisdom check?
Yeah, roll straight wisdom. I mean, you looked back there. It's not like a giant cart, so.
Just a straight wisdom check, right?
Yes, sir. For the memory.
13.
13. Like I said, you saw him and he was very subdued. He wasn't like this. He's describing it as like being a blubbering mess. He just seemed like defeated, like he was just kind of like slumped back there, like just seemed almost unresponsive to even your presence.
Like, yes, all according to plan.
No, he seemed like he's like he was not, did not look nearly as pompous and bouncy and like, oh I'm so awesome, look at me, I'm rich and I have lots of money.
Back there going.
Yeah, he wasn't over there oiling his mustaches going.
Julian looks pleased for a moment. Says,
"Fuck that man."
Yes, he's in distress.
Yes,
good.
Says,
a man like him, if he seems or feels hopeless, we present to him an ounce of hope. That could be an irresistible bait. If he feels like he's lost all chance, and we show him even the hint of a way out, he could latch onto it. Point out to him, we have found his hidden records. And we can make sure that the authorities do not find it. We have spirited evidence away from them and given him a fighting chance. If he's as desperate and as broken as he seems, he would cling to that chance and us desperately.
If he's as broken as he seems.
If he
We
is
know-
as broken as he seems.
We know that he had a heads up that the that the crown was coming here, which we still don't know how he got that heads up, by the way. Someone told him that they were coming, and I'm gonna look at Jakob. I think this confirms someone in Seaton is corrupt.
Right, 100%.
Making eye contact with the new captain of the guard, he'll say,
There's still a snake around here, most likely.
Probably quite a few. Like I said, as I'm sure you're well aware and have been told, sea princes have eyes and ears everywhere. At least in Saltmarsh, and it wouldn't shock me if they had them in Seaton too. At the very least, he didn't receive this heads up far enough ahead of time. He was still trying to surreptitiously exit Saltmarsh when the investigator arrived with his men.
Joan will, like, smack the paper a couple times just on the desk.
The way this reads, and based on my interactions with him, I imagine he probably is as broken as he looked.
He definitely
A man
didn't
as
seem great.
arrogant as that.
What was that?
I said he definitely didn't seem great, and just on the front of the evidence you have, remember the investigator and his men left with quite a bit that was damning.
Of course, but
So-
if we tell him we are working on spiriting away critical evidence, he doesn't know any better. He's in a cage.
Sure. Who knows? Not nearly as smart of a man as he thought he is, or thinks he is.
Not as smart as he thinks. And desperate men do stupid shit.
Very true.
So we wanted to have you here in case you could think of any other options or ways to twist it on the Saltmarsh side.
He kind of shrugs. This is so far outside of my realm of experience.
All of us.
We should act quickly because
Good
if he
times.
does have damning evidence for the princes and their agents, they will probably want to make short work of him before he gets to trial.
Right.
I imagine he's a dead man.
They could have already broken him out for all we know. We haven't talked to Firebrand. We didn't message anybody yesterday.
Yeah, that's my fault. So
No, we all forgot.
what do we want to send him? What messages in particular? Say, I can get you and Firebrand out. I need to know about Ward, everything you know, and they just let him go from there.
Yeah, let him talk. We may, so we don't. I don't know. I'm trying to. Do you want to message Firebrand first, just to make sure the cart is still moving towards Seaton? Just say and check up on Firebrand, because I mean, that message is going to mean nothing to Primwater if they're already broken out.
I mean, it's gonna mean even less if he's out anyway, right?
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send them a message saying, "Is Bart no way to get you and you and Firebrand out?"
So you're messaging Primwater?
Yeah, messaging Primwater.
Okay, so said it's Bart.
Is Bart no way to get you and Firebrand out? Need to know everything about Ward.
About Ward. Nothing.
That's it. Keeping it short.
Okay. Quite a few moments of silence.
Rolling up the DM sleeves here.
Dude, these sleeves won't stay up. I spend all day constantly pulling my sleeves up because they're like loose. It's very loose sleeves. Like I said, quite a few beats. I gotta go from this way to this way. Quite a few beats of silence. You do? Why would you? Oh God, fuck it. This is a weird thing to be thinking, like be in the headspace of. You do? Why would you? You are no friends of mine. He's a mage within the holdings. Makes a living dealing in magical items.
Is that it?
Yep.
Shit.
Well, he said he. Okay.
He is. I'll read or say back what he says. He said he's a mage. All right. So he's in Holdens. He's a mage. So we know it's a male mage that deals in magical items. Well, I mean, there's something. Fuck. We'll be back. He's gonna walk out the door.
He just said, "Tell that to Shepard." Shepard's like,
The holdings
only
are
one
where the
person.
princes reside, right?
correct. The
Oh.
you know that their domain is known as the holdings of the Sea Princes. Like the
Yes.
areas where they reside, like where they own like their territory, is the holdings of the Sea Princes.
If of fucking course could be a facial expression, Julian's got it right now. He's just
Okay. Fuck. Okay. Roll that back. I thought the holdings were like
No.
a territory inland or something like that.
Nope.
All right. Well, fuckerino.
It's in the ocean somewhere.
He sounds like an idiot. 1, 2.
What do you mean?
What the fuck?
Maybe you're the
figure it out.
idiot.
Nothing personnel kid stabs you in the back. He's out.
Oh, she's fucking. Heard you were talking shit.
Does this make Booty Snatchers a prequel or a sequel?
Who knows? Is Goodfellow the descendant of Primwater, or is Primwater a descendant of Goodfellow? Who knows?
Primwater is Goodfellow.
Michael!
This is after he's escaped and he's made a different name for himself. This is new. And then he's gonna shit himself in front of everyone. Hey.
Hey.
Well, now that that's canonically set up, you know.
Great
we already
success.
Knew he was gonna get free somehow. No,
If he wasn't before, he is now.
We gotta figure out where the Derriere Islands are.
that's obviously where.
Other side of the continent. Other side of the continent. That's how far he has to go to make his new name.
Okay, well, I mean, that's where we're going, so... Wait. A mage that deals in magical items.
I was gonna go ask Zendros, because I
Yeah,
figured
that's-
she'd be the only person who would know.
That's a good next step. Do you... I guess that's the end of that string. That's where we need to go next, right?
If she has the information, it's probably gonna cost us dearly.
I'm getting kind of tired of paying her for stuff that we need to know. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
look
We
over
don't
at
pay
Shepard.
anybody else this amount of money.
Looks over at Shepard.
What? He's like, what?
City wanna foot the investigative bill.
They just gave us thousands of gold.
He just looks at you like
He's like,
This
here.
is city business.
yeah. And the city is still recovering from a war, so
We've got it covered. Don't worry about it. You know, Julian, he lacks of pinch pennies, keeps everyone.
Julian was
Yeah.
smiling through that entire
Oh,
exchange.
okay. Well,
This was
sometimes,
also Julian's facial expression.
sometimes when you smile, it looks more threatening, so it's hard to read sometimes. I don't
The
mean
city
no
want to
offense.
foot the bill.
Whatever.
Ah.
I need to
you-
order those teeth.
We just go get your teeth filed down to points and just have it.
Oh,
The real thing.
Terrible idea.
dedication
Yeah,
to
yeah,
God.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right. Yeah,
there
let's
any-
go. Oh,
Nope, you're good.
yeah. I mean, Shepard, we'll probably be back in the next few minutes. Hopefully, we'll find out some good information. If you think of anything at all, act on it and let
I'll-
us know.
I'll do what I can. Still very busy though. Unfortunately. Looks at
Yeah.
desk full of paperwork.
I understand. I feel. Right. Okay. Sorry to interrupt your work.
Just
Happy for the interruption.
just don't impound our boat while we're gone.
It is
Or
already
sell that
very
house.
impounded.
Or sell the house that's on the edge of the town.
Couldn't if I tried.
You can if you want to. I will buy that house from you. For a low, low price.
He's
Uh-huh.
just joking.
No, I want that house. I'm not joking.
Okay.
I would love to buy that house from you.
That's a little weird.
I
And a
wanna
little
make it-
suspicious.
I want to
What?
make it a like
Previously
a
used as a
with
smuggler
my
den.
friends.
Wasn't there some floorboards we almost fell through in that house multiple times?
Yes.
We can fix it.
Looks over
We
there.
have the technology.
Picture doesn't begin to describe that place.
It was the place of our first.
Of our forefathers.
It's the
Hey,
place
Cody's
of our
with
first adventure.
Julian. Cody wants that house too. Julian thinks that's a dumbass idea.
Next time you guys go in there, all the stuff that I removed your first time around is gonna be there. But you
Oh,
can
no.
see
Yeah,
it.
but we're gonna
This
be
go
level
around.
fucking like 8
Oh,
at
man.
level 1. We're
Yeah.
gonna slap the shit off this stuff.
It's had time to
Die
grow.
rats! And they just drop kick them out a fucking window.
You roll enough dice, something's gonna hit eventually.
Yeah, I have interest in that house.
Okay. You
I'd
are.
love to
I'm
buy
pretty
it.
sure you're the first to express any interest in it. So.
I'm just gonna push Jakob backwards and just kind of mutter, "Don't try
I'm
to
not
make a bargain.
moving.
Don't make a bargain for something that's free, son. Just get the fuck out of here while you're still ahead."
Blue would like to be the last one to leave.
You know where
Okay.
to find me.
You know it. Remember
Julian was
who
about the
you
person-
are.
Ignore that. We're leaving anyway. Probably won't be back for weeks.
Blue will kind
Okay.
of, as Jakob is fucking ushering, or Bart's ushering out Jakob, and this is being yelled down the whole way. Blue will laugh and shut the door a little bit too. Not all the way. Just stay silent for a moment, and then still looking at the floor for a second. Have you ever killed anybody?
Yes.
Why?
Because war sucks. And kill or be killed.
Killed anyone out of war?
Can't say I have.
Balin would have gotten out. And he would have done it again. I couldn't let that happen to someone else.
Not your call. Wasn't your place.
Think about that a lot. But I'm beginning to think that it is our place. And that someone has to make these calls. Otherwise, a lot of innocent people are going to suffer. Thanks, Shepard. And then walk out and close the door.
All right. Gloob catches up with the rest of you. I imagine you weren't sprinting away from Shepard's office. Close the door. But everybody just books it.
That's a good way to get arrested. Just start sprinting out of the police station.
What are you guys doing? Cardio! Don't worry about it. All right. So where are y'all headed?
Zendros, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the conjecture? All right. Make your way to the partially deconstructed temporary domicile / business place of one Captain Zendros. She's hanging out. Go into her tent. She's still kind of kicked up in there. Doesn't seem to be. Seems to be kind of like doing things in parts. Doesn't seem to be like actively packing things up, but preparing to leave in the relatively near future.
The people breaking down her tent while she relaxes her own brain.
Basically, like I said, it doesn't look like anything's being actively broken down, but it looks like they're getting it down into like manageable pieces where when she says go, they can just up and leave. Like getting the like
Permanent
living
fixtures.
fixtures, yeah, like the things that she had been like, I don't feel like sleeping on a boat anymore, so I would like to have like something to sleep on here. But enter her little pavilion.
Take open the tent.
Well, hello.
Zendros, you know of a
So
wizard who
frequent
makes money-
visits.
I'm sorry, we were just kind of in a hurry. I don't mean to
Yes.
interrupt you, but Zendros, do you know of a spellcaster named Ward, or maybe known by Ward, out in the holes that makes quite a few magical trinkets and items, or know of magical items coming out of those areas? If anybody's in town's gonna know, it's gonna be you.
Insight check to see if she recognizes the name.
I was going to ask for the same.
Either each of you roll, or one roll with advantage, whichever your preference is. Actually, I'm gonna say this is an insight check. Each of you roll once. Like,
Okay. I got a 19.
19, nice.
Blue gets a move out of my way. Blue gets a 9.
A 9. Okay. You're not quite sure, Gloom. Humanoids, hard to read. With a 19, though, she legitimately kind of had cocked to one side and an eyebrow raised, and she thinks about it for a few moments. And I can't say that I do. Though I limit how frequently I interact with the holdings as much as I may.
Well, that
I'm a
makes
legitimate businesswoman, you understand.
Right,
Simply
yeah,
for information gathering purposes.
Another insight.
Sure. You can roll another one if you
know
said.
that's a fucking lie.
It's not.
Natural 1.
You're very not sure.
26.
She is a legitimate businesswoman. As far as you're aware, she doesn't smuggle. Like she may the business she does may be disliked, perhaps, but as far as you're
take
aware,
advantage of Jakob all the time.
yeah. So,
Legitimately
legitimately.
taken care of.
yeah. She doesn't. She as far as y'all are aware, she does, or as far as she's concerned, at least, she doesn't do anything illegal.
She's a very nice lady, and she gives me very nice things.
She just takes
Says
advantage of
unethical.
people and their money. Like,
Unethical and illegal are two very different.
totally different.
Who's got the stick? Do I have the stick?
One of you have the stick.
That should have been asked out of character.
Someone in this pavilion has the stick. Steak. The stick.
Or has it.
We'll grab it. Okay, I got it. This stick we showed you the other day.
Yes.
Knowing that it came from someone out in the holds, that might maybe spark a recollection of seeing maybe other magic items that might have come from sorts of the same variety.
She kind of she looks over it again and she says, she just looks at it and says, I can't say that I do. I do not trade out that way. As I
Right,
said,
but-
as a side occupation, I use my various and sundry contacts to gather information occasionally for those who request it. But I do not delve too deeply in those waters.
My thoughts were more along the lines if you keep tabs on competitors. If you
I
don't
can't
know,
say.
then you don't know.
Yes, I can't say I recognize the work as belonging to any individual. Though, I'm sure I could look into it if you all so desire.
By the time we get back, you won't be here. It kind of be probably not too worth it unless y'all think different.
No, I agree. Unless any of
Very
your
well.
crew gets around without you.
None of my individuals, they manned my boat. They wouldn't have anywhere to go. Though I have contacts in many places, so depending on where you're going, I could always have a message either waiting for you when you got there, depending on your route, or arrive sometime after for you to pick up at a later date.
Well, we're gonna be probably out in the open waters by sundown, so
I see.
well, I appreciate your insight and not charging us up front just for the question.
I would never.
You see a flash of indignation, and she's like, "Shit, didn't think about that."
she just kind of shrugs. Like, I'm not going to charge you for a question I can't answer. Somebody make a noise. Thank you.
I like how we could solve that problem by just continuing the roleplay, but instead we all decided to just yell.
No.
Well, I appreciate your time, and I hope your journeys bring you all kinds of fruitful goodies and any gold that you desire. Try to do some good out there when you can, though. Can't put a price on it.
I'm sure it will. But, and I do good everywhere I go. Obviously. She's kind of gestures at all of you, with some of you having purchased magical items from her. You all have done so much good after shopping here with me.
As we're leaving her store, it's like one of those old cartoons where people like turn into food and then turn back, except we just turn into coin purses.
as y'all and of course, as you're traveling about, don't hesitate to ask around. I make my way here and there and everywhere. Perhaps have something fun and exciting the next time we meet.
Oh no, Julian's getting attacked by a familiar.
Ah!
I froze.
Gloob went. He like shrank and grew and shrank and grew.
All right. Well.
Hey Bart.
Mm-hmm.
Can you detect if things are magical?
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
Is there something that you wanted to check for? Traces of magic?
Nope.
My small friend. No? Okay.
Awesome.
Suit yourself.
I mean, she heard what you were asking, Gloob. So what you getting at? I mean, I imagine all kinds of stuff in here are magical.
Oh no. Some items I recently came into.
He's talking about his bling.
Oh yeah.
Listen, we just got a disc of tracking by an evil thing, so you know what? I wanted to make sure that this wasn't the same thing. Oh fuck it! It's all out there, so I'm just take everything off. Do the thing. How much is it?
Wait. Before you ask, I'm gonna.
Sarah's just like smiling, like, oh, well.
Cast magic. Detect.
Yeah, she just flicks a hand and just dies. Oh, so sad. How could that happen? She does not counterspell your detect magic.
That would be fucking hilarious.
It'd be very funny.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see her having it. No one uses magic in my shop but me.
How dare you? I can't believe you've done this.
I feel fairly certain that none of it's magical, but just in case.
Many things in this room blaze with magic. The bling that Gloob acquired is not any of it.
All right.
Not that you can tell because you were blinded by all the magic.
Yeah,
shit.
fucking Cape of the Mountebank. My eyes.
As we wake you up from the coma you were in for 3 weeks after.
Yeah. But the rings and other jewelry that Glib acquired is non-magical.
No, there's none of it's magical. So
Okay.
there's that.
Unfortunate, but fortunate at the same time.
It
Yeah,
is.
we're not being tracked, so that's good.
It's a ring of your head explodes if you take it off. Ah!
He's just fucking had frog brains all over the tent.
That's a good idea for a cursed item. Note to self.
My brain immediately went to like speed, to where it's like a ring of jogging. If you stop jogging, if your movement speed goes less than 10 feet per round, you blow up.
Also a good idea. I like it.
Gloob is Keanu Reeves now. Like, what is this?
I get Briella to just kind of like put me on a cart and drag her behind her. Like, I gotta disable this magic device. Okay.
So you're Sandra Bullock?
Yep. Wait. Yeah. Whatever. I don't know.
Bearded, southern, very short Sandra Bullock.
Yeah. See, that's what
Driving
I have to
through
do. When glue runs out of steam, Jakob has to pick him up and carry him at least 10 feet per.
We can keep this going.
We have to
Next
take
campaign. Next campaign. Okay.
Yeah, dude, I'm making notes to myself. I'm like,
All right. Is there anything else we need to do? Did we want to waste the time with Albrecht Dryan? I know that's kind of my running theory right now.
I assume we're not in the tent anymore.
that is entirely up to you guys.
I'd say it in
Or-
front
or-
of Zendros.
Walking away from the tent. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
Toodaloo.
have a
As
good one.
you guys leave.
Albrecht Dralian, I mean, I don't really know what he's going to tell us. And this Ward guy, we don't even know how to get a hold of him. If maybe I knew some more information about him, or if maybe there was like, a most wanted, like a wanted poster for him, I might be able to send him a message and say, Primwater wants you to know that, etc. And then maybe we could break the stick or something like that. But
It's just
I figured if he was a wanted person and there might have been a wanted sign or something that Captain Shepard would have known. Or, yeah, Captain Shepard.
if who was a wanted person?
That Ward fella.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm stuck on Dralian. I don't know why. We go out there,
We
sea
can talk
princes
to
show
him.
up. The one thing that was keeping me from it is that his ship, right? It was raided and sacked, but here in these notes, even what's his name says that his ships got mistakenly plundered, but still.
Right.
So,
Y'all know that from the captain's log or whatever from Dralian's ship that they weren't attacked by pirates. They landed like on an island and they got attacked by a bunch of like a cult of Loth that was
That's
on
right.
that
I
island.
keep forgetting that because I don't have that captain's log.
Right.
Well, we could do some surreptitious information gathering. If you think he's not on the up and up. I mean, I don't think he is either, but I meant in regards to this.
I mean, we could let Anders know we found more information that implicates Primwater. I mean, that's not going to really be much for him, but it implicates that he feels fairly confident that his parents were killed by sea princes, which Anders is already sure of anyway. I mean, what information do you think we'd be able to glean from talking to Anders again?
I got nothing for Anders.
Okay.
I'm talking about Albrecht.
Oh yeah, Albert Dralian. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, we can go speak with him too.
All right.
If y'all think it's worth it, if not, I mean, we can just prepare for tonight.
I don't have much of an issue with it, except for the fact that we might have some issues with those mercenaries that he hired. They might not let us see them.
I wasn't planning on doing my information gathering till later anyway.
And I didn't want to bring this up because I know this is, it's big shot in the dark that he knows him, but you could message Captain Darby again and see if maybe he knows something.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth a shot. It might not go through. I don't know him too well. It might get lost on the way.
Julian's giving him the most deadpan stare physically imaginable.
Yeah, I mean, if you can, you got to him last time. If it happened, if you can. I know, like I said, I know it's a shot in the dark.
Okay.
I'm not an educated spell slinger, but I know magic can be unpredictable.
And he will leave it at that.
I don't know magic at all, so good luck.
Well. So Ulrich Drallian, he's got we should go see him.
Okay.
All right. So y'all headed over to Aubrey Drowling's place.
Yeah, Global whispered to Bart on the way over there. Hey, you should message Julian's family and make sure they're okay.
Right, I plan on doing that before we head out.
Okay. All right. So, y'all make your way over to the manse of one Albert Dralian. Approaching a relatively familiar place. It looks a bit less worn than it had the last time you guys saw it.
You got the pressure washer out?
Yeah, he got the he went out, bought a brand new pressure washer. He had oh god, his servant, the fucking the old guy. He was out there. Yeah. Yeah, Vertheg's out there. Sprayed it on. But it looks like he started to have some work done on it to restore it to its former glory.
There it is, Jakob. That's the endless bottle of water he's cleaning the house with right now.
Draw sword.
Oh shit! He's gonna murder an old man.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But
we're gonna murder butlers in this campaign and the other one.
Oh no.
we waited a lot longer for this game. We got a lot farther in. But not familiar, or kind of familiar, but not to this home, is a very large and very well muscled golden dragonborn, as you guys clarified. Seems to have a nice big old tube double-sided axe kind of resting kind of underneath her palms. As you guys see Krenna, who you met before a while back, actually.
Second I see her, hey, Bart. It's the
not a lizard
dragonborn that we met.
But the other figure stood next to Krenna, unfamiliar, is a very small in stature individual, a gnome of even for gnome standards, fairly diminutive stature with some kind of wild light brown hair with seems to have a few streaks of gray starting to populate in it, and as well as a very short and well groomed kind of goatee and mustaches. Seem to be dressed in robes of some kind. Seems to have a fairly heavy tome strapped to one hip. And as you guys approach these two individuals, we're going to go ahead and take our break since it's 8:57. Bow, bow.
Perfect time.
So, we'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. we're gonna do bio, drinks, stand up and walk around, touch your toes, all that fun stuff. Encourage you to do the same, but leaving Twitch where it is and coming back when we come back, because we'll be back here shortly. Bye.
you
It's your boys. We were gone, but now we're back. We're here. Same spot. Same square. I'm about to say ring. There's not enough of us to be a ring. Y'all are a rectangle. We don't even a fucking square. That's terrible. How disappointing. But anyway, back here for second half of this session here. So hope everybody's ready to rumble, ready to do Mountain Dew. But our party, huh? Not sponsored. I wish that'd be fucking sick. The flaming hot cheetah flaming hot Mountain Dew, delicious, absolutely phenomenal, 10 out of 10. But yeah, our party during the first half of the session. They reconvened after some long sleeps, longer for some than others, and continued to decrypt a poetry diary, which yielded not quite the results they were hoping, though still giving them some more questions to ask, some more lines of questioning at the very least, which they pursued with Mr. Shepard, the captain, not a commander, for those who are confused. One Jacob Shepard. Doing a little bit of back and forth with him, determining that they're still kind of unsure. They're not sure what's going on. Maybe, what all does this mean? Who's this Ward guy? Still kind of like iffy on it. Some suspicions about the Solmore family's, Solmore parental units of Anders Solmore, his parents, how they died. Why did they die? Seems like they were specifically targeted. They discussed this with Shepard before sending a message to Primwater in his cart, hoping that he had not been broken out, and maybe to see if they could figure out who this Ward guy is. Learning that Ward is a mage of some kind located out in the holdings. So out in the holdings of the Sea Princes, to say the whole name for clarification, as there was some confusion previously. So this is a gentleman who is quite a ways away from them at this time. They checked in with Zendros, who also did not seem to really be sure who this Ward fellow was. She said that she didn't really... Any information that she had out from the holdings wasn't exactly on business opposition, that it was purely in the information gathering field, of which she avails herself occasionally. But we pick ourselves back up with our team having made their way, for the first time in quite a long time, over towards Albric Dralian's. I was about to say estate. He is not that rich. His home. Large though it is, clearly wealthier than others, much showing the signs of that wealth a lot more now as his house seems to be less shitty. Seems to have been getting back on its feet. However, seeing a couple of individuals, one of whom they recognized, the other whom they did not, a large golden dragonborn and a small gnome gentleman guarding his door. And this is where we're going to pick you guys up as you guys are approaching these two individuals.
Hey, Granna, how you been doing?
Kind of looks over at you. Shrugs. The gnome kind of looks over. Granna, are these individuals that you're associated with? You know these gentlemen. She looks over at him and... The ones Drowling doesn't like.
Right.
Oh. I see.
What? I mean, technically speaking, we should be good friends. You got a job because of us, even though we are harmless. Anyway, I'm Bartholomew Fairfurrow. I don't think we've met. This is my friend Gloob, my other friend Julian, my other friend Jakob.
Nice to meet all of you. I am Trevor Grandel.
Nice to meet you.
Understand that we were informed of threats made against our employer's life by you and your companions, so...
Correct.
Wait, what?
Threats against our employer's life were made by some of your companions, so... You're not exactly welcome.
Julian and Gloob raised their hand.
Hey, Trevor just kind of... Exactly. Not exactly...
Okay. The two that
Welcome house guests. Yes.
Jakob just like, yeah,
get kind of a yin and yang aspect to our group. It works.
He's kind of goes. So,
All right. Yeah, let's just have a quick chat.
Where's the other one at? Your friend, not you. I don't know you.
It's like this tall.
Grandma. Yeah, that's it.
Gromok and Rosalind are currently on their break. We rotate.
No, Rosalind. I don't think we met them either.
Well, I imagine I won't be permitted to be a part of this conversation, so I'm gonna make myself comfortable.
You're
He's gonna look for a nice place to lean.
perfectly welcome to converse with us.
What? They. Yeah, sure, okay.
It's not Julian laughing. It's just Cody.
They have not made any move to open a door or anything. They're both just kind of stood there.
I mean, yeah, we just need to speak to Drowley real quick. It's not a big deal. I can go in. You can have my mace if you need it. Not gonna be armed or nothing.
What I understand, you're not exactly a user of your mace in
I'll
the
point to
usual
the end of
sense.
it. Point to it. I got my little focus here. That's not the dangerous end. That's the one.
I can certainly ask.
Yeah.
And he just kind of tilts his head and mutters, kind of looking in the general like upwards direction. Mr. Drallian, those that you wish to avoid permittance of entry are requesting a conversation.
Is this
Gloob is
Yeah.
like right?
He says it out loud. He's not like he doesn't appear to be trying to hide it, but he appears to be casting a spell as he does so, and like kind of looks up that way, kind of one hand on his spell book on his hip as he does so, and waits a few moments. I believe that is a no.
All right.
Could we, in theory, leave like some notes for him or something?
A message to be passed off.
Guys, I'm about to make a decision here.
Oh no?
I see no reason why you could not. I be happy to deliver a written missive to Mr. Drallian, and I'm sure if he feels it worth his while to risk interacting with you all again, then perhaps he will do so.
I mean, if he doesn't want to talk to us, he doesn't want to talk to us. I mean, he probably wouldn't have too much information and don't want to make extra money anyway, so, all right.
Trevor shrugs. Like, Krennis continues to kind of stand there with her big old, beefy, dragonborn arms crossed. Could not say for sure.
Okay. Hey, Drowlian, we have questions about you and your dealings with the Sea Princes.
Oh no.
Both Trevor and Krenna just kind of. Krenna doesn't really have eyebrows, but Trevor raises an eyebrow. Yeah, she just kind of like vaguely looks like, Everybody rolled really shitty for people that are nearby. So apparently that you chose a timing where not enough people were close enough to be within hearing range, evidently.
Bart's just fucking laughing.
Julian has just this long-suffering look.
the Krenna and Trevor just kind of stand there for a few seconds. They're just kind of.
He's still leaning like a motherfucker.
I do believe he might not have heard you. Like I said, we'd be
Okay, I'll
happy
yell
to.
louder, and then I will yell it again.
I'm rolling a lot in the single digits. A few months later, the door does open and you see elderly Verthig. You're making quite a racket. Please
Yeah, he
stop.
does that.
Please stop. I can't watch my stories when you're making that kind of
He just kind of looks. He just kind of. If you could please stop, that would be appreciated. All of the shouting is kind of
Julian,
unnecessary.
with a gentle smirk, will prepare an action to. Let's see. Hold on. I'm not sure if I
He's
can do
gonna
that yet.
fucking dimension door.
I'm making sure I can do this real quick.
Okay.
Oh no.
Just let me know what you're trying to do.
Preemptively launches tails.
Preemptively launches his plan to go with Darby.
I thought I remembered something about this, but I'm not seeing it browsing on D&D Beyond. So
Yeah.
I'll.
What you looking for?
Was either prestidigitation or minor illusion allow you to amplify someone else's
No.
voice?
No.
No.
Thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy allows you to amplify your own voice.
Gotcha.
Does not apply to anybody else.
Got 2 more levels so I can get another cantrip.
You'll be able to shout real loud then.
Yeah.
Man, Verthig's just, if you could, please.
Hey, Verthig!
Yes.
We'll wait for him to come here.
He does not. Yes.
How far away is he from me?
Yeah, y'all are like on the steps. Y'all are. I would imagine y'all have been shouting back and forth to Krenna and Trevor. Y'all probably within like 5 feet of them, and they're right near the door.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I had a different vision. I thought we were sitting like outside a fence or something.
No.
Okay.
Aberdralian fell on hard times. He is not.
Gotcha.
Man got a house.
See, he's got a sizable house, and it's it was very nice, but it had fallen into despair. Somebody make a noise, please. But yeah, he doesn't have like a big fenced in area like the other like the really rich people. He doesn't have like. If y'all recall, the only person he had left in his employ the last time y'all saw him was Verthig. That was it.
Nobody else? All right. I'll keep going.
What?
Hey, Verthig, we need to talk to Aberdralian about some dealings that he has with the Sea Princes. If you would, just pass that along, see if he wants to talk to us after he has that information.
There's also some information about a cipher that Primwater may or may not had in his room that we found that might be alluding to something about him and his ship or something like that. I don't know if that would be interesting to him, but technically part of the job we did for him. Deception check a dirty 20.
I see. I will pass on the message. Closes the
We're
door.
only going to be in town a few more hours, so holler if he says anything.
Closes the door.
But
and
not literally, like send a runner or something.
door's already shut. But he has gone off to relay this. Y'all are still standing out there. You all really want to talk to him, huh? This is Krenna speaking for the first time.
Julian kind of grunts and shrugs.
I do. It's mostly me. We're trying to figure out some stuff, and some things come back to Albrecht. It all could be nothing. By the way, the whole killing thing, the whole reason y'all are there, or at least on my part, I don't know, Joel. I said if he didn't pay us, that he'd catch a blade. That's it. We got paid, so I'm good with him now.
See,
I didn't throw
still,
Unless I find out he's dealing with like slaves or something, and then back on the old stabby block.
I
don't
see.
think he's dealing with slaves.
I mean, you know.
I think he finds your presence due to the threats on his life as part of your business dealings unpleasant. So.
Good business for you, though.
Julian's nodding.
Trevor shrugs.
Yeah.
He's like,
It's
easy
gotta
work,
been pretty-
good money.
Yeah, it's gotta been pretty nice. I mean,
What
You know,
happens if
you
he
can
dies on
you
your
can.
watch?
Julian just gives him a thumbs up.
Happy to help.
What'd you say, Gloob?
That wasn't a threat. He said, "What happens if he dies on your watch?"
He just kind of, well, our job is to make sure that doesn't happen, but I suppose our reputation would probably take quite a hit in the local region.
Well, let's keep your reputation nice and intact. And keep you getting paid.
Mm.
Oh no, they get paid. They can drop the guy after he dies.
I see why he does
Can
not
I
want
make
you
a-
around.
While
Okay.
continuing aloud, Julian will be like,
Be sure to tell him we made lots of very dangerous threats, and he definitely still needs your protection.
Right.
He doesn't
I
seem
did-
to be
that-
planning to
those
unemploy us
three.
anytime soon. What?
Those three made the threats, not me.
Oh.
Don't tell him I made any threats at all. I
Right,
don't want that on my
We
name.
made threats on his behalf. He's the guy who splits people in half. Just
Yeah.
vague allusions towards.
Yeah, he cuts him right in half, head to
It's correct.
right down the middle. Yep.
I see.
As a matter of fact, he should hire any friends you may have for additional protection.
We're having a big stare down right now, as far as he knows.
Yep.
Sizing each other up, really.
I bet.
Fuming,
Anyway.
Hey,
glaring.
Do you do book magic? And I want to try to sleight of hand his.
You're gonna try to
spellbook
just
off the step.
if you're just trying to
Just like undo it. I'm not trying to hide it from him. I'm
yeah
just trying to undo
that
it.
would just be a straight dex check.
Just like a dex check.
Yeah, you're just trying to sleight of hand would be if you're trying to do it unseen.
Look, magic.
I thought sleight of hand would just be.
Well, that'd be specifically if you were calling attention to it and going to grab it. That is just your speed versus him trying to prevent it.
Okay.
So
21,
21.
Oh shit.
16 plus 5.
Yeah, you not by much. You do get a hold of it though.
I just look through it and then hand it back to him. Hey,
You
can
as you're
it,
doing as you start to look through it, he is very obviously starting to cast a spell, and Krenna picks up her axe. How long do you hold on to it for?
Glue would like literally look at a few things, realize he can't read anything in here, and then hand it back to him.
Make a wisdom saving throw for me. That would take enough
Oh,
time for him to
no.
finish casting a spell.
Yeah, Bart would probably like, whoa, he's just, and, you know.
14.
You are as you start to flip through it, you feel your entire body lock up as
Oh.
you are paralyzed. And Krenna like raises her axe up. And, yeah, you can't move, so you just have it in your hands.
Yeah, Julian will step.
And he's like looking around at you guys.
Yeah, Julian will step between Gloob and Kren and be like,
Hey, it's fake threats. Calm the fuck down.
Yeah, there's no need to use magic. He was just looking. He was just curious. Calm down. I will take my shield off my back.
I will grab the book
Yeah.
from Gloob's hands and then apologize in Gnomish. As I
Reaching
hand it
for
back.
taking a wizard spellbook from him is not a idle threat. And he takes it back. He leaves you paralyzed for the full minute, so start making if you want to keep making wisdom saving throws. We'll see how long it lasts.
Does guidance work on saves?
Nope.
The next 6 seconds.
I'll
Okay.
pick Gloob
Just
up
keep
and
rolling.
put him
Just
under
te-
my arm.
If guidance doesn't work, I'll just fucking burn a bond and be like, psh, shit doesn't even mean anything.
So you burn in Bowling Bond too. Does Lesser Restoration work on paralyzed?
I thought it worked on all those basic ones.
I can't remember. I straight up can't remember which ones it works on and which ones it doesn't. I can't remember what are considered the more extreme.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So you embolden, so there's that brief like soft light before it kind of fades away in a snap, and movement returns to your body after a couple rounds of paralyzation.
That was fun.
And just kind of,
Anyways,
and they are now both infinitely more wary Like he now has one hand on his spell book, where it kind of
A
in the crook of his arm.
misunderstanding. He wasn't trying to take it from you. He's interested about all kinds of books.
But let's not be doing that again.
Asking
Right,
questions is a much cleaner way to satisfying one's curiosity.
You want me to buckle that back for you?
No, I think I will continue to hold it for now.
Okay. Anyways, we could ask him about
Julian is no longer lounging, by the way.
Yeah, y'all know
What's that?
anything about a ward out in the Sea Prince area? Like a mage?
yeah, specifically you, because he's got apparently he makes magic items.
Right.
Can't say that I do.
Insight check.
Sure, go ahead and roll it. He says, can't say that I do. We don't.
Any sort of bonus since he's on my level?
No. No. And he's also still peeved. So, if anything, you'd be getting a negative.
What? Not bad. 17.
Seems irritated. Like, no.
What are you so mad for?
Well, people don't like folks touching their stuff. I mean, he might be a little skittish about stuff like that.
Oh,
Especially when those individuals have been marked as violent. Yes.
Right. They're kind of here specifically for us causing trouble. So, kind of like the most in danger they've probably ever been on this job was when we just walked up for as far as they know. So, they're kind of on edge.
yeah. You should be.
Uh-huh. But it's around this time the door opens up. And it opens up all the way this time. And Birth Egg right behind you. Albert Drowling kind of stood in the front. Make your case right now, if you wish to speak to
Albert.
me.
Just the man we want to see.
I'm sure, and just the people I do not wish to see. What do you want?
Well, we wanted to know. Oh, go ahead, Glue.
I was just gonna whisper to the group. Do you want me to keep talking?
Yeah, go for it. He likes you the most anyway.
I don't think that's true.
No, it is not. What do you want?
Probably better than me, though.
He just kind of like squints at you a little bit.
So, we need to know some things. One of which we need to know how the dealings that you've had with the Sea Princes.
What dealings might those be?
That's what I'm talking about. What dealings have you had with the Sea Princes? We need to know.
Why?
We're not guards. Oh, well, thank you for that, because you've just confirmed that you have had dealings with the Sea Princes. So,
By saying why.
wonderful. Yeah, absolutely.
If you know,
So,
suspicions are so easily confirmed, so be it. Why? What do
We're
you
trying
want?
to get Firebrand out of his cell because he's
Oh.
been wrongfully accused.
I see. A noble cause. But I can assure you I've had nothing to do with Firebrand or his arrest.
Insight check.
Make an
no
insight
one's
check.
coming.
Yeah, go ahead, roll it.
Oh, fucking natural 20. 28 total.
100% telling the truth. Like, honest as the day he was born.
Four.
Fucking Bart.
You have
will do
no
one of
idea,
those,
Glib.
Oh, fuck, like half turn type kind of like wave sort of things. He probably takes his hat off and sort of like almost tosses them. Shit. He didn't do anything. He's telling the truth. He didn't have nothing to do with it.
Wonderful. So, if we are done here. Ah! There are the other two. Lovely. So, kind of, as he says that, you do see striding up the path the familiar form of Gromok Standard Breaker, as well as another smaller individual, though not quite as small as Trevor, of a small halfling woman. Kind of face kind of done up in not a war paint, but in kind of like a almost like it is kind of war paint, but like Gaelic war paint, like, you know, like the swirls and stuff kind of on her face, and her hair's kind of pulled back into several tight braids. But And flying above them is a familiar to some I believe it was a hawk that seems to have some runic markings on it that I believe Bart or Gloob, it was one of the two that noticed it a while back.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But flying above them.
That makes sense. Well,
Mr. Drelly, yes, Gromok sat there, and you see, both of them fully kitted up. Sat there with, y'all know what Gromok has a long sword on one hip and a shield on his arm with who you can only assume is Rosalind next to him, shouldering, I need to double check, a longbow. So.
Is it a halfling longbow?
I mean, okay. Yeah, like it's definitely still big, but like, okay. But she seems to have a hold of it just fine. Yeah, yeah. That is a longbow for a halfling. Yes, so that's for a halfling.
All right. Right. Yeah, it was just a little bit of having a chit chat, nothing to get worried over. It's good to see you again, and I saw that hawk spying on us, and now I'm much less wary about who's keeping tabs on us. So that's great to know. That's actually alleviates some stresses of mine.
She's just kind of squinting at any of you, all of you.
You didn't have any business with Primwater since you got back on your feet, did you?
Outside of normal mercantile dealings, no.
What is normal mercantile dealings?
Textiles, jewelry.
People?
Spices. No.
I need to keep asking for them.
Roll it.
Fucking inside checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bart's already got like his shield back up and everything. He's fine.
Yeah. The other two that have approached are remaining in such a way that y'all are boxed between the four of them.
Oh, okay.
Julian has not intense team.
What was that?
17.
17? As far as you can tell. Seems to be being honest. He mostly just seems irritated and wants y'all to be gone, is what you get from that 17.
Just in a last-ditch effort. Just kind of like, well, did you hear anything suspicious about when they came and got Firebrand, or know anything that might help us out a little bit on a really short time frame?
Kind of looks at things. Can't say that I have. Didn't pay particularly much attention. I am occupied with rebuilding everything. So
you're welcome for that, by the way.
All right, guys. Hope you get back on your feet soon. Sorry to waste your time. You have a good day.
Indeed.
Guard's doing a great job.
He has already turned around and walked back into the house.
That guy loves us. That guy's gonna.
He likes you guys a lot.
He fucking loves us, man.
Vertheg, kind of after Aubrek has walked back, says, "Good day to all of you," and shuts the door behind him.
Oh shit! Just as fucking salty. You interrupted his stories.
That's the best headcanon right there.
I mean, who knows? Who knows what secrets lurk within the house of Ombradralion?
What's he paying you guys? No? Okay.
We don't discuss rates unless you have more to offer. For what?
Yeah. This is the question. You don't discuss rates unless we have more to offer, but you have no
Correct.
idea what we have to offer.
That's why we want the offer first. And we'll compare.
Gotcha.
Our ride tonight, he said it could only be just the four of us, right? Was that a stipulation in the deal he made?
I believe so. Upwards inflection. DM?
I don't think specifically anything was. I don't think it was ever specified. It was specified that the four of you were the ones that would owe a debt for your half of the bargain, but numbers was not mentioned.
Fair. Okay.
Well, I this might be a little bit of a personal question, but can I roll an insight check to see who might appear to be the most senior of the four of them?
Sure. She's just kind of trying to examine the forum. Sure.
Examine who I should be addressing when
Yeah.
talking to folk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thought it was Stage Breaker.
I thought it was too, but I just don't want to assume. 21.
21. Definitely, everybody seems to be like the other three do appear to be kind of like glancing, not like super obviously, but there are being side eyes being given to Standard Breaker as like visual cues. They seem to be kind of keeping an eye on him to see what to be doing or how things are going.
We're gonna be going off to fight some sea pirates. Might
Fun.
be able to, if it wouldn't hurt your reputation any, to hire you on as some mercenary works with us and watch your back during those endeavors.
What are you offering?
Well, honestly, I'm gonna be completely upfront with you. I don't know how much mercenaries cost. I know we've
Glory.
done.
He just kind of looks at you, and as the scribe said, he's definitely an older hobgoblin, like all scarred up, like gray in his like top knot and everything.
We made a promise to
Uh-huh.
Julian to rescue his brother. We're going in the heart of sea pirate territory to go into what could probably only be described as a dungeon of sorts, to where they did the things to make my friend kind of sharky here and get his brother before he meets the same fate or worse.
It's
I
very
know for
noble of you.
few hundred gold apiece. I don't know how much such an offer's supposed to be for.
Comparing risk to potential payout, I'm gonna say no.
All right. I mean,
Sure, if
yeah. I
these
mean,
guys are high for us.
I get it. I mean, you're kind of wanting to relax. You're kind of getting to that sort of spot in your life. I get it. Absolutely, it's the smart move, 100%.
He just kind of slow smiles. A good attempt at baiting me, but no.
I would never do sort.
I of course.
I'll settle
So-
down one of these days. Maybe if I'm coming back, I'll buy you around. We can talk. We can share war stories. I've only been in the one.
Look forward to hearing of your exploits among the sea princes. Dangerous endeavor, so I hear.
For them.
What have you heard?
That they're dangerous
That's it.
and territorial. Most of our work has been done inland. We don't do much on the sea.
Well, we kind of got a sneaky route in, so it's not much of a, we have to make it there and then make it back. We just got to get boots on ground and raise hell, I guess.
Huh. Let's get to work on that, I guess.
Right, let's get going.
You said that the halfling has some like tribal paints
Yeah,
or something.
she appears to have kind of like Gaelic, very kind of like Gaelic, kind of like mostly kind of
Like woad.
swirling. Yeah, woad. There you go. That is the word I was looking for. Yeah, like woad paints on her face.
Does that seem familiar to Gloob or to any area he's been around? That sort of tribal painting?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
I-
definitely not from the area. Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
Does that seem familiar to Bart?
Roll a history check, I suppose.
12. Oh, I've actually proficiency that. 12 plus 4, 16.
No idea.
Fuck. I'll give a hat tip to them as a leave.
Luck to
And
you
yeah.
and your fights to come.
Thank you.
Echo was saying Draconic and Gnomish, just have a good day. Hopefully everything keep getting paid.
Krenna just grunts at you. Trevor just says, you as well.
Do
No,
any? I'm sorry, go ahead.
say no friendly commentary from Julian. He's just still glaring at the gnome until they leave.
What's the halfling's charisma?
God damn it.
What?
What's the halfling's charisma?
Why would I tell you her charisma score?
Is it
Like Gloob has a frame of reference for what makes an attractive humanoid.
You gotta give me more to work with. What question are you asking here?
I am actively. I'm asking on an attractiveness level. Where does this halfling find herself?
Above
Between
average,
1 and
probably. Yeah, she's like
Is
slightly
this
above
the only
average.
Other,
So
is that
this
the only other halfling Gloob's ever seen?
he's seen other halflings.
I've seen you, dog.
Y'all have seen other halflings like in the army and stuff.
He's also seen Kathora as well.
And
Oh,
and
that's
you've seen
right.
Kathora.
Definitely
Yeah,
saw that crazy lady.
she's a little. But I mean, she's above average attractiveness for a halfling, I suppose. But like, definitely like a hard woman. Definitely looks like a warrior, like well muscled, kind of hard planes on her face, but attractive features, I suppose. But squinting at all of you.
While she's squinting, Gloob will lean over and whisper, "I like your paint," and just go on.
She just looks slightly confused by the statement as you like dip. It's like
Working perfectly, guys. Don't worry.
she's like just kind of befuddled, like a little bit before she kind of gets it back under wraps and is back to like squinting at you guys as you guys walk away.
As we go, I'll hop on Brila and just kind of like give him a wave with my hat and just sort of looking over to. Did you say it was Trevor?
Mhm.
Okay.
Is the known, yeah.
Yeah. I just kind of looked at him and was like, if you wanted it, you would have never known it was gone. It's just
Silence. Yeah, so just kind of
going.
watching you guys leave. Yeah. All right.
Or too terribly far away from the house, Julian will just look up to Bart on the back of Brila and say,
Next time we try that, they earn their gold.
I don't know about all that now. I mean, that's a little bit. There's no need to have a fight with him. I don't think he should have cast that spell, but
They
My
magic
man.
one of y'all again and it's done.
well, the last time I jumped the gun when someone cast some magic and all y'all, a lot of people died, so maybe not so much this time.
I don't see a crew full of dwarves here.
I started it.
I don't care.
I know, but he didn't do
It-
anything harmful.
hey,
At the
it-
end of the day, everything's okay.
It's fine. Nothing happened. We just had words. That was it. No big deal.
I was trying to instigate something there. Not
Oh.
a fight. I was trying to instigate more of a reaction from them. But anyways, that was completely worthless. And sorry I wasted your time. Do you guys have anything else that we might want to do?
Not till this evening.
Well, no, we should probably go let Shepard know what we've not discovered.
I'll probably just head back to the vote.
All right.
I think we could just leave a note with them.
I mean, I'd rather be more personable. He already kind of hates our guts, so.
Fair.
Or at least don't trust us.
I might go back to the boat with Lube.
All right.
Okay. So, Yakim and Gloob, y'all are heading
you're
back
muted.
toward the boat.
yeah, if Jakob and Gloob are going back to the boat, then Julian will join Bart so that nobody's alone.
Yeah, okay. That is what I was clarifying right there, so that's perfect. So, Yakim and Gloob, y'all kind of splitting off towards the boat. Bart and Jakob, y'all are heading back towards the guardhouse. Anything anybody's wanting to do on their way to their respective destinations? Yes, no, maybe so. Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Not
I would like to execute Glube.
Oh, shit.
Holy fuck! Jesus Christ!
And can he dodge?
PvP! Good lord. Okay! What the fuck?
No fire, no.
Ah! No, this would be theater of the mind. We're going crazy. All right, so we're gonna say, yeah, Drowning lives kind of not quite in as wealthy the area as the States, but kind of on that side of town. So we're gonna go with Gloob and Jakob. Is there anything y'all are wanting to do once you get to the boat, or are y'all just hanging out?
Go ahead, Yakum.
I would probably is Darby around?
Yeah, he's kind of staying around. Let me actually hold on. Let me see something. It looks like Darby is back, is on board the boat at this time. Yeah, he kind of is. He's not above decks because that's kind of weird. just if you're just hanging out up there, but actually no, it wouldn't because his horse is there, so he is up there because he wouldn't just leave Clary. So
We get back and he's got like 5 immaculate whittlings done.
good gracious, no, but he's up there with Clary. He seems to be just kind of leaned over one of the balconies and just kind of looking off into the water as you guys approach. Doesn't seem to be carrying around his halberd, but he is still up there in full plate. Seems to be over there kind of muttering to Clary, not like hurriedly or anything, but just kind of comforting the horse and kind of patting her.
Gloob is gonna grab a handful of dried beans and from the kitchen and climb up into the crow's nest.
Okay, easy enough. Kind of shoop, with some dried beans and in the crow's nest.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That works. I would go up to Darby.
Yeah. Good.
Hey, Darby, you mind if we have that conversation that I was asking about this morning?
Of course. What? I will happy to assist you with what I can.
Well, it's not really so much needing assistance. I'm gonna be honest with you, Darby. I feel kind of lost, and with the group.
I'm making a lot of facial expressions. You can't see his face. Just kind of helmet going.
My goal in doing all this was to be a more righteous man and to help the people of this land. Just a lot of what you do.
From what I understand, you and your friends have been doing much the same. You defended those villagers in your friend's village against a zombie attack would have wiped them out easily. And from what I understand, you've done lots of good work here in Saltmarsh as well. What is your doubt, if I may ask?
We don't always do what's just. Lubes killed people, and I hate to say it, I don't like what happened to the person that he killed, but they weren't the best.
But it was not justice.
It was not. And Julian, he, let's just say, doesn't have the most respect for the law and has threatened some of the people that I care about. I, I don't. I care for them. They're my tribe. But I also care about like people in Seaton, the guards there. They've done a mighty fine job, and they've helped me in ways that I could never repay. I just don't know. And when I see you, when I hear about the things that you've done, working, doing what you think's right for Maheen, I get this feeling that I should be doing something similar to that. And I might, if you let me come with you, I might want to go with you.
Kind of seems to sit in silence for a few moments. It's like that. Jakob, I would not turn away your company and assistance. But for Mayaheen at least, I will not claim to know much of Heronius. Or perhaps I did once. But part of my service that I do for Mayaheen is to perhaps make better some of the people I meet. Perhaps put them on her path. From my time spent with all of you, I don't think anyone here is ill intent, perhaps misguided in their own life experiences. And perhaps that is what you can do for them. Perhaps that can be part of what you do to make things better for people. If you, as incredible warriors and spellcasters among the three of you that you are, if you could perhaps convince them of a more righteous path yourself, then I'd be doing 4 times the good than if you just struck out on your own or accompanied only me as I just kind of as I wander. I have no fixed path, but all of you seem to have goals and things that you very specifically are seeking to achieve and to make right. There's good in that. It's good work to do. And who knows? Perhaps with time, you may change them just by being around, setting the example that you wish to see in the world. There's more to serving our gods than just inflicting their justice on those who buck against it.
Yeah, it's not really my goal. I mean, I know that's kind of what I'm known for. Big man, big sword,
I'm
cut
familiar.
people in half. But uh, I just want to make sure that what I'm doing is good. And I'm not ended up on a path that will get darker than I think I could get out of. I want to help people like the people in Julian's village. I want to, you know, weed out the evil in life and the injustice. But I don't know. I I just been awfully uncertain recently, and
Evil men don't tend to be that uncertain, and they don't tend to worry as much. That in and of itself is a very good sign. As long as you are worrying about whether that you are doing the right thing or not, odds are good you won't stray too far down a wrong path. And hopefully your vigilance can prevent your friends from doing so as well.
see kind of Jakob, without thinking about it, was kind of standing up very straight, very proper. But once he says that, it's kind of almost like the weight's kind of been lifted off of his shoulders, and just looks at Darby and just, thank you for talking to me about this, Darby. I can't say that I'm still certain on exactly what I want to do, but you've definitely helped me.
It's kind of can't see it, but you can hear him smiling a bit. I'm happy to do what I can, and we are not the gods we serve. We are only mortals. uncertainty is part of the bargain.
Would definitely make it a lot easier if we were, though.
Of course. But also make the journeys we endure and take on mean a little less, perhaps.
Not wrong. Oh, did you get to any whittling while we were gone?
I must admit that I became distracted in thought. Always trying to remember, you understand.
That's fair. It's important.
Maybe one day.
Need help with? I don't know how I could help you with that, but
No. You all have done more than enough. Having traveling companions for a time does much good.
well, you're welcome to stay as long as you want. I mean, I can't speak for the other three of us, but you know what? I feel like I can. None of them are gonna turn you away. You can stay as long as you want.
It's kind
Does
of
a
you.
21 hit Darby's armor class?
Yes.
Glue
Pinging him
blows
with dried beans.
Glue blows up a bean into his whistle stick, shoots it on just the top of his helmet to ping it, and uses my bonus action to stealth for a 25.
Okay,
Got
he's in the
it.
middle of a conversation and it is a dried bean. We're gonna see if he even noticed it.
I assume it pings a little bit.
Right, well it might be, but he's actively talking and it's not like it would he wouldn't really feel the impact, you know? So we'll see. He'll get a roll.
Can you also roll?
Oh, no, he does.
D4 for me, Ian.
Are you seeing if you notice?
Did you roll a natural one? When you
Roll the natural one.
Oh no.
Fucking legend. That was like my favorite thing ever. As you go to look up, as you kind of like tense and just kind of like you as you kind of like trying to listen or whatever, all of a sudden just your daughter just kind of is all of a sudden kind of right next to you and just rapidly and loudly whispering in your ear, and you are deafened for 1 minute. Darby does notice. What was your stealth check?
25.
25. Glances up. Wait. This is because he had a natural 19 on his perception check. But he is not super perceptive. He glances up and just kind of, and returns to trying to talk to Jakob.
Jakob just staring straight forward.
Do you say anything out of curiosity, or do you just kind of wait?
Well, I mean,
okay, no, that doesn't work anyway. Never mind.
I guess like the first time when Jakob says something, he'd be like, "Oh, I can't hear anything."
Yeah.
I can't hear anything. Hold on 1 second.
He just kind of, you cannot hear, which of course you can't hear that, but he kind of seems to be peering around, looking at your ears, and as you still can't hear, you see him kind of grab his symbol of Mayheen around his chest for a moment as he kind of places a hand on you, and your hearing returns under the 1 minute. Can you hear me now? Are you okay?
Yeah.
What did you get stuck by anything? Are we under attack? Or
No.
you don't seem to be particularly concerned.
No. So. Yeah, I probably should have told you. I mean, I guess I don't tell a lot of people about my daughter, but well, you know about my wife.
Yes.
Well, my daughter is also special, just like my wife. Something. How close is Sin?
I mean, she after like kind of the stuff that she kind of went from where she was kind of like huddled next to your ear, was just kind of like rapid fire. You're not quite sure what she was saying, but it was like fearful and just seemed to completely overwhelm any other sound, and that's what was deafening you. But after, as that kind of divine energy kind of washed over you and your hearing returned, it was almost like she kind of returned back to her normal state, back to where she's kind of floating. She's floating kind of probably within like 5 feet of you, so it was just kind of like bobbing and kind of observing, because as you know, she can't quite observe the rest of the world quite as well as she can see you, because of the ring. Like everything else is kind of like through a haze, but she's still interested and curious, but she just can't quite make out most things.
So then I'm leaning close to Darby and just kind of like whisper, since she died, I I've been able to see her, and thanks to the people here, my tribe, they found me this ring, and I've been able to see her better now, and I can hear her, and I can hold her and hug her, and sometimes when I mess up, uh, something's happened to me, I get scared, or I can't hear, or I get a little bit distracted. But
I must say that does sound concerning at times, if it takes hold of you in the heat of battle, perhaps.
well, hold on here. Sin, say hi to Darby.
As Sin kind of floats over. Hi, Darby. He kind of definitely kind of yeah, spooks him for a second as he looks around. Well, while I find that odd, I suppose I'm not exactly in a position to comment on the presence of those past. Um, do you intend at any point to further investigate her? I apologize if this sounds insensitive, but why she's still around?
Well, I mean, I'm not really a man of. I mean, I'm obviously a religious man, but I'm not really a philosophical type of man. I don't really read those types of books. I don't even know where I would begin looking.
I cannot profess to be sure myself, but it may be worth looking into. What little I know of spirits and those that have not passed beyond are not usually pleasant, though if she has been around for as long as you say, then odds are pretty good that perhaps she just did not want to leave you quite yet. I don't know.
He always has been a sweet little girl, and always been attached to me at the hip.
I see. Well, he kind of looks at me, kind of looks at me. I think, I think I'm going to spend some time. I shall wander around town a little more. See if perhaps the longer I'm around, perhaps people will be more willing to talk. See if I can. See if Mayaheen points me anywhere.
Stay safe.
Of course.
Mean, if anything happens, you know where to find us, or send. Oh, I forgot the horse's name.
Clary.
Clary. Send Clary.
Indeed. Well, I won't be going far.
Have her kick some doors down. She's pretty good at that.
She is quite good. She seemed to enjoy it more than I would like. But until it becomes a problem, I will monitor it. Well, I'll be back in a bit. Kind of gets a hold of Clary and gets his halberd just in case, and kind of puts it in what looks kind of like like a sheath kind of deal on Clary's saddle where it just kind of can hang on there and takes her off the boat. So it's heading down the dock.
Being sails by Darby as he's going to leave the boat. As I assume a 10 does not hit.
10 does not hit.
Would I notice the being with, I believe, a 16?
Against your 25 stealth check from previously?
I can re-roll it since I made another attack roll.
I mean, yeah, but that's what I said, that initial attack would have been benefiting from that stealth, is kind of my presumption. Especially if it's a bean.
15.
A bean attack. So if you want to roll again, by all means.
Unless I get advantage on it, I will also have a 15 on stealth.
So I believe ties are status quo, so you would not notice.
Okay. Must have been the wind.
That's basically what happened with Darby. He got pinged and then was like, "That's weird. Oh, you can't hear me. Uh-oh. What's going on here?" So Darby makes his way. Anything else you two would like to do on the boat? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Lube is gonna chill, pissed off that his plan definitely backfired while in the crow's nest.
Okay. So, we go over to Bart and Julian. You guys come walking back up to the guardhouse, the jail/guard house area. It's kind of all in one in this small of a town. 2 for 1 special. But they you let them know that you're looking to talk to Shepard. Twice in the same day. Popular man, I guess. Waves you in. But Shepard's still in there. Back so soon, I guess you did say a few minutes.
Not a criminal, just a prick.
Yeah, rich people tend to be that way.
Zindros didn't know a lick of anything. And unfortunately, everything has come up goose eggs.
Hell. Well. I guess we can just continue along the line of questioning. You said it's kind of shut that door if you hadn't already.
Yeah.
Y'all are planning to go out that way anyway. I imagine y'all are going to see if you can find him while you're out there. This ward.
Yeah, definitely going to be in our best interest to try to get 2 birds with 1 stone if we can.
Not thrilled about the idea of spending additional time in the holds, but it doesn't look like we have much recourse.
Seems that way.
You know, maybe this will all turn out like just the best amount of luck we could possibly hope for, and the guy who messed you or changed you the way that you are, Julian, that guy's name is Ward, and it's all just fine.
That would mean I don't get to kill him, which would be unfortunate.
That's fair.
You could bring him to justice. I'm sure they wouldn't let him live.
He does not change his expression. Eye contact maintained.
Not really what I'm hoping for, but...
Oh, I know.
Well, we've already...
Julian looks a little haunted at that possibility. Like, oh no.
What was that fella's name anyway? Did you know? They called him the doctor, right?
You just know him as the doctor, yeah. There was no signature on the letter you received. So.
All right, well.
I am frantically trying to remember the other dude's name, which Julian wouldn't have forgotten, but Cody
is it Adelaide?
Adeline, yeah.
Adeline, yeah. You did is
like,
the assistant is the name you had.
Looks over.
Don't suppose the name Mr. Adeline rings a bell?
Can't say that it does.
Back to Bart.
Yep, got nothing.
All right, well. I'll extend a hand towards Shepard.
Just kind of reaches out, shakes it. Says, investigator, that your friend who have over in Seaton is being put in the works to contact him and see if maybe a mind that is more suited to such tasks can be put on this as soon as possible.
And if you could, like, slow things up or whatever until we get back in anyway, that would be brilliant. We
Right.
have to go kill some pirates.
I think the odds of that are low, but we will see what can be done. If nothing else, to just gum up the process. Tell them that more has been found and we're compiling it, perhaps. We'll
Anything
see.
to buy time. Matter of
Keep-
fact, what was the name of that captain of the guard out in Seaton?
Bart remembers, but Kent does not. Hold on one second.
Whole lot of that going around.
Finn.
Garth Vane. Well, he was one of the captains. He's the orc gentleman or half orc gentleman that questioned us.
He seems like less of a shitbag and actually interested in some modicum of truth. Maybe a message to him would be in order. Letting him know we have made some progress and working on more. If he could delay, just instant execution of Firebrand, that'd be great.
Can't say that I know the man personally, but
I mean, I imagine a letter with his name on it would go to the right person.
right. But in so far as to what to say or how receptive he would be. But it can be looked into.
He did us a favor once, hopefully he would do another.
All right. I will keep his name on the list of people to talk to then.
All right. Heck. Keep that cipher handy. I might be able to try and convince Primwater to maybe send you a message, write you a nice letter or something like that. If that's something he's allowed to do, might be able to get him to slip up and give you some information.
That's a good idea. I'll make a copy of my notes so that you'll have access to the same information. And if we come across anything while we're out there, we'll still have access to it as well.
It should
And
be workable.
make sure this detective person, maybe you should make 2 copies of it, and we can send the detective a copy of it, and perhaps he might be able to cross-examine some of the evidence that they have there if they allow him to look at it. And if he's got a cipher, like a manual cipher, he might be able to say, oh, I'm going to look at this with my own eyes again if they let him, and say, hey, it don't quite say what you're saying it says, or something like that.
However, if there is a conspiracy involving government individuals,
Right.
I imagine he's a part of it.
Oh,
This detective, was, as Jakob told you, got basically dishonorably discharged.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the investigator that was here, the dude we ran into on the road.
No, he's talking
No,
about
oh,
he's
yeah.
talking about Wantoshi, Nitsalon Wantoshi.
Redact that
Yeah.
sentence then. I misunderstood.
Gotcha.
And in the meantime, be careful. With a snake in the grass here in Saltmarsh. Unless you're him, which I hope you're not, you could be a target
I'm
for
aware.
either physical injury or other sabotage.
Quite frankly, I'd much prefer the physical. That I'm more familiar with.
It's much easier to deal with, yes, I agree. I am growing rapidly weary of all of this politic.
Not my favorite. Well, we'll see what we can turn what you found so far into. Hopefully, it's not nothing. So we're already doing better than we were before.
right. We'll try to keep in touch. If spell slots allow for it.
What is a spell slot?
It's
Sorry.
a term he uses for the abstraction of his magical energies.
Interesting, I
Helps
guess.
him keep track of things, I think.
Like splitting it into measurable units so that he can
Just gotta make soul
kind of.
I had a great uncle. That's what he used to call shots of moonshine.
Interesting.
It's just
I
kind of a
guess.
phrase.
Wow.
You had to take.
I'll slot it
so
away
many-
for use later.
All right. I'd ask him what he's doing, and he'd say, "I'm just stocking up on spell slots." I don't know. Didn't really make much sense then. Don't make much sense now, but
It is a little
here
weird.
we are. Right.
All right. Well, I'll see what I can turn this into. Maybe a miracle. We'll see. Or maybe just enough of one.
Julian like kind of freezes up a little bit and stares off to the side, kind of at nothing for a second, and then looks back at him.
Any chance you could do me a hopefully mild favor?
Depends on the favor.
There's a village between here and Seaton. It is my hometown. They just dealt with a little bit of excitement. We had to intervene. If you could check in on them at some point or have someone do so. Just to make sure everything's going all right.
Patrolling, our local region is something that became less doable during the conflict with the Swahagan, but as we are recovering, returning back to those regular patrols and check-ins, it's definitely something we'll be trying to do. So, I don't see why that can't be done.
I doubt it'll be anything intensive, but just for my peace of mind. Never expected that village to be a violent place.
It's kind of compresses his mouth into lines. Nobody ever does.
Thank you.
That is me just doing my job. Happy to do it.
Time to get ready to kill some pirates.
And he's going to turn away. Kind of just try not to talk anymore.
Good luck to both
You're
of you.
very muted.
Very, very muted.
Again, appreciate everything you did. Sorry getting off on the wrong foot. We'll try to help out as much as we can from the middle of the ocean. And, yep.
Can't quite get in touch with you the way you can get in touch with me, but I'll try to be ready if I hear from you.
All right. That's more than most people do.
It is disconcerting from what I understand.
It's weird. Yeah.
Firebrand never seemed to be much of a fan. It's kind of out of nowhere, really.
I sometimes get the feeling that Firebrand just didn't like me too much just because I'd just pop into his head, just unsolicited like that.
Probably didn't do you any favors.
I mean, it'd be great if I could make like a beeping or like a buzz or something that you could hear in your head, and then they could, accept or I don't know. Hey,
if you ever figure it out, that would be nice.
It'd be nice. Yeah, I agree. I'll try to work on it.
Upcast it. You can give him a 5-minute warning.
5 minutes? That might be too long.
It turns into a long concentration spell.
As long as you maintain concentration, you can delay the arrival of the message. Actually, that'd be kind of cool. That could be interesting.
Blast sending?
I don't think it's a blast. Delayed sending, I think. You just add delayed onto the front.
I was thinking a delayed blast fireball.
Oh, I know. I know what you were thinking. I feel like that would do psychic damage. I think if you put blast in there.
A blast, if it had an explosion of everyone getting the same message, you walk into a stronghold and
that'd be kind of cool.
Everyone hears in their head, "We're going to fucking murder you." Like, oh no.
No. That's a fear.
That actually sounds really cool. That sounds pretty badass. Noted.
Get your
anyway.
In order because you're about to get wrecked.
But yeah. So you guys head on out.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys just heading back to the boat, or any stops along the way?
I'm gonna. It's still early enough. I'm gonna grab some things from the boat. I don't know how well pirate privateers keep their ships stocked up for good food. I got some stuff for the boat, but I didn't get enough for weeks, potentially. I don't even know if we're coming back on the same ship. That is, of course, if this isn't the most obvious damn trap. We're kind of
right.
we're just banking on one guy's greed above anything else. So
How fucked up would that be of me for just like, and you all die. Congratulations.
To be fair,
Good job,
human greed-
everybody.
Human greed's a pretty reliable thing.
yeah,
That'd be
get to the
fucked up.
island and there's 50 people waiting for you on the dock.
Good job, idiots. You fucking did it.
He's there. You gotta get through all those dudes first, though. Good luck.
Julian gonna,
Oh, no.
Fireball.
gonna grab like a meat
That'd
pie
be
or something
badass.
from the vendor somewhere.
Yeah,
On the way back.
sure. Yeah.
Glue will, whenever Darby's well out of sight, and he's gonna sit there and stew for a moment. He's gonna sit there, just kind of get antsy,
Mhm.
and he's gonna climb down, and he's gonna go by, like, from the closest vendor or something like
Mhm.
that. He knows nothing about alcohol, but he will buy 2 bottles of some type of alcohol.
Okay.
Just at random.
Just 2 bottles of alcohol. I need an
Yeah.
alcohol table.
So
Is this
whatever you
possible? Can I search by alcohol? Is there an alcohol table for D&D? Alcohol table 5e, baby. Okay, here we go. This is close enough. This will work.
Careful, some of those have magical side effects.
How do you know?
Someone who's researched that before.
As someone who's... Yeah, you're right. I'm just gonna use the name. I see that. Now, dude, there's one for every number. Holy shit! This is quite the table.
You could you could just make it like stronger we get. It really doesn't matter to me. But if you,
Oh, I just wanted names. I just wanted names. Get a bottle of gut shaker, and whatever the fuck 38 is. And
Did you say shaker?
gut
or shaker?
shaker, gut shaker,
Both sound terrible.
and Nissa's nectar, yeah, Nissa's nectar. Those are weird names. One looks really neither of them look super appetizing, but I mean they're alcohol.
okay.
So you'd probably you'd be able to get a couple bottles for a couple gold, all told, like a couple gold apiece. Since it's like
So-
whole bottles.
4 gold in total.
Yeah, that's what we'll say.
Okay. I'll storm back to the boat, and then I'll stop at the gangplank, and I'll think about my fucking actions for half of a second, and I'll shove both bottles into the fucking bag of holding so they're out of sight, and I'll storm over to my room and
Okay.
slam the door shut,
Okay.
and then pop open a bottle in there.
Which, with the door slamming, I will knock on Gloob's door. Say, everything all right in there, Gloob?
Hey, okay.
Okay, if you want to talk about anything, I'll be on deck looking
Yeah, you
at
should
the
go
ocean.
talk to Darby, maybe.
I already did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
Fucking Jakob with the passive -3 insight check. You go talk to Darby. Oh, I did. Okay, bye.
Okay.
Blue will sit there and I'll sip on the nectar first, and
This is nectar.
I'll drink on the nectar first, and I'll talk to my bird.
Nice. The Nissa's nectar, pretty good, all things considered. I don't know how familiar Gloob is with alcohol. Definitely
Literally 0.
is probably still, it's pretty strong still, but I'm sure you're able to get it down. He's sitting there talking to Melvin.
I will talk to Melvin. It will start off as training, and eventually I'm probably a little bit after the time that Bart and Julian get on board. It will go from training to me complaining to Melvin and just saying, he just wants to leave. That's all it is. Ever since Darby got here, he wants to fucking leave with him. And whatever responses I get back from Melvin.
A lot of swearing. Much more colorful than it used to be.
I'll say, exactly.
Motherfucker!
Exactly.
It's a chicken?
Apparently, I don't think Melvin is a chicken. Melvin is like a tropical
You
bird.
said peacock?
Yeah, Melvin does not peacock. But he's taught, like, he's mixing, like...
Bird sounds
He spent too much time around those farm animals when we had to leave them with the quartermaster.
Actually,
War.
that's actually pretty true. But he's a weird mixture of, like, swears that have to do with, like, the ocean and sailors and stuff, like, and this weird amalgamation of, like, calling people, like, a pig's ass and other, like, it's a weird mixture of farmyard vernacular and sailor vernacular. It's really odd blend.
Parrot looks at you and just moves.
Oh. that'd be
I don't know
wild.
what that has to do with anything. Right. Yeah, it'll just
kinda
like
go on.
evolve pretty rapidly considering Gloob's constitution for alcohol.
And you're little. He is not very big. Like 80 pounds soaking wet. Maybe. Okay. So Bart, you said you were stopping off to like top up on like food supplies and things. You are very muted.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just get like some foods and stuff like that for me to be able to cook along the journey. I'll try to get a nice assortment of stuff, so I'll drop like 16 gold on it or something like that.
Holy shit. Yeah, you probably
get,
that's
like, a lot of really
I
nice
don't know,
things.
you're probably gonna have to dump a lot of that in the bag of holding. Just
Yeah.
16 gold is quite a lot to spend on food, so you get quite the volume.
Yeah, we'll get some loaded up on Briella, and he'll have Julian
Hell
helping to
yeah.
carry some.
Fucking like a regular trip down to the farmer's market, like on your way back to the boat. Nice. Yeah, easily enough done. So yeah, taking that time for that, you guys get back a bit later. At this juncture, y'all are getting into like like kind of like mid evening. Like it was coming into like 6 o'clock at this point, with walking around, stopping to talk to people, going shopping and things. Gloob, you are quite sauced at this point. By the time they get back.
Yeah, once they get back, Jakob's still looking at the ocean. But once he hears them come back, he'll turn around and say to Julian and Bart, yeah, Gloob's in his room. I think he's upset about something. He slammed the door when he came back.
You
All
good,
right.
buddy?
But he said he was okay.
Oh shit! Oh no!
Right in the noggin.
Roll it. Let's see. What do I roll here?
What are you trying to determine?
I'm trying to determine where Gloob is in the drunk stage. We all know there's a couple stages of drunk. It's like, all right, I'm pissed off. The drunk has alleviated it. From this
Oh,
point
is
to
he
this point,
sad?
And then there's the other side of it.
Sad boy
Angie.
Gloob.
Angie.
He started off angry. That means he goes to sad boy hours.
No, he could
Angry,
get more angry.
manic, sad boy hours.
This is that drunk where everything's just numb.
It's oof. Yikes.
So you just hear, fine. That's all you hear.
Julian's just kind of like staring off into the middle distance, like he's not fine. Clearly.
You hear flute noises coming from Gloob's cabin.
Have we heard those before?
You've never heard him play his whistle stick. You've heard him spin it once. Marshes.
Right. That's not. We don't really do that too often. Hey, Jacob, can you help me put this stuff? Don't put it away. Just kind of like get it in the cabin in case it rains, I guess.
Yeah, of course. It'll be easy enough.
Does not look like it's going to rain. Slightly overcast, but it doesn't look like rain.
Never mind, it is the most fucking difficult thing that I've ever done in my life because I rolled a natural 1 on the strength check.
It's groceries, homie.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say I don't think you need to roll for that.
Passive strength check.
Passive strength check. Passive strength of 15. You have I'm sorry. Like your passive strength check is AKA your carrying capacity. You can carry like 300 pounds.
Hey, I just want to get it all done in one trip.
Take it in.
Like, yeah, you can carry, like, not even lifting and, like, not just dragging. You can pick up, like, 300 pounds. Just like, whoop.
Hey, sorry about that. I had a very unexpected phone call.
No worries.
After hearing that response, Julian would have headed over to Gloob's room.
Door is shut.
Not locked.
Not locked, but shut.
Yeah, I was going to want to go there. That was one of the... Hey, Jakob, you...
Handle the groceries.
Please.
So Julian goes immediately off towards the door with Bart not far behind him after going, put up the groceries, Jacob. Yeah.
I'm just gonna, at the door, just gonna hold a finger up to Bart for a sec, and then send another message.
Knock, knock. Mind if we come in?
Go for it. And then you hear the continuation of flute and slaps, and when you open the door, you see Gloob standing on top of his barrel, playing his flute, slapping his feet against it to the beat, and you see his bird doing that bird thing where, you know, they nod their head and their wings are up like this.
He
plays his flute.
occasionally letting out like a spurt of like some sea shanty. Not at all in line with the beat, but like just every now and then, just kind of.
So much better.
Julian looks unironically.
And the wind blew them down. Silent, like it just random interspersing.
You probably come into like a mostly finished bottle of. You know what? Actually, it's probably not most. It's probably like almost halfway gone.
You're still on the nectar.
Yeah, like
Is that
See the
according to
bottle?
the? It's pretty strong.
side eye over at Bart if eye contact is made. Just kind of like.
Having a bit of a party.
Yep.
What's the occasion?
Julian
Good
will take a
times.
seat.
Yeah, well, let's not party too hard. We've got, a lot coming up.
Yep.
Want to be on top of it, like fully capable.
Always am.
Yep, probably less so with all that in you though.
A-okay.
I'm going to pick up that half-drunk bottle and take a sip out of it.
Yeah, look over.
Any good?
You said it was pretty good?
According to this here chart, is a delicious alchemical / alcoholic concoction. So it's tasty but strong. It's definitely one of those where it's like it's kind of like that citrusy sweet, and then followed by like a pretty harsh burn as it goes down. Like, woo.
Yeah, yes.
That's dangerous.
Sip sweet pass.
Yeah.
There you go.
Look over at Gloob.
We invited to the party.
Of course.
Fucking everyone's getting drunk and Jakob's like, okay, gross.
Julian,
I feel so bad for him.
Hops
Julian
down from
is
the
like
barrel,
making
looks
a
around
big
outside
show.
of the door and
Oh, go ahead.
shuts the door. I'm just saying, Gloob hops down from the barrel, looks outside of the door, looks around. He not seeing Darby anywhere, closes the door.
Julian was making a big show of taking a swig, but just a teeny sip actually made it through.
Like,
It's like, oh yeah, bottom.
the lips really close together, just kind of.
Yeah.
Yes, I am taking a big swig. Look at
That's
me.
exactly what is going on.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
You will partake again after you are done.
This music is very intense for what this situation is.
And that is when I realized I never got back into Soundtail after restarting my computer.
Tisk tisk.
Have you been holding on to that bottle for a while, or did you just
Nope. I'm
get
getting
that?
dizzy. I gotta get off the barrel. No, I just got it.
That's quite a lot you had there.
This is actually really good. We should save the rest to celebrate after we kill some pirates.
Sure.
Nice celebratory
Court.
But
What-
thank you
okay.
for the preliminary. It's motivating. Gets us in the mood.
Okay.
I mean,
Julian is like looking around
might-
for any other bottles.
I might be a little bit I don't know, maybe looking at things a little bit too deep, Glue, but it seems like you might have something that's bothering you.
Nope. I'm partying.
Yeah, I mean,
Insight
does that really need a sense or an insight?
That's
Not
up
really.
that's up to Gloob.
Gloob, does it need an insight check?
Not really.
Yeah, well, I definitely know because the second natural 20 on a
Blue
sense-
literally does not drink alcohol.
Yeah.
That man is
Yeah.
sloshed.
Yeah. So you decided that
I'm
you're gonna
fine.
start partaking the night out of the blue.
Mm-hmm.
Is it very difficult to put two and two together? Him being angry at Darby literally every time he's seen him in the past 2
That's-
days.
That's entirely up to
Julian
you
already
guys.
commented on it, so
Got anything to do with Darby? Maybe.
Fuck that guy.
just look over at Barton,
Not
nod a
invited.
few times.
Yeah, not invited to the party. Wasn't gonna get him or anything.
Nope.
Still like trying to make eye contact with Bart, like with a big ass like question on his face.
Just us.
Right.
Any particular reason? Not to go against you, just curious, you know. Wasn't gonna
Sorry.
invite him or anything.
My train of thought is off here. Any particular reason for what?
For fuck that guy.
Oh. Yeah.
Fucking cheers, yeah.
Fucking god damn it. It's so accurate.
It's not cheers because
It's so
Julian still has the
true.
bottle.
Well, yeah, but but why fuck that guy? I was curious to know.
He's trying to take Jakob away.
What do you mean by that? Wait,
He shows
does
up.
this have to do
Jakob
with?
wants to leave. It's not that hard, guys.
Yeah. Julian just gets like a oh kind of thing. He's like,
Gloob. Jakob isn't leaving right this moment. He's talking about when all's said and done. Maybe a different journey for a little while. Just to try and do some good somewhere else. He's not leaving us for Darby.
Oh, you say that.
Gloob.
gonna like shuffle the chair or stool or whatever he happens to be sitting on over closer to the barrel.
Jakob is a good man. Just because he wants to go and do good elsewhere. With someone else who also seems to be.
Who's an asshole?
Darby's not an asshole. I mean, he's a little bit weird because he's not quite living, but
Weird asshole. Listen, he shows up. All of a sudden, Jakob wants to leave us. Jakob didn't want to leave us before, Darby.
Did you
like-
think? Hold on, one second, Bart. One second.
Yep.
Gloob. Were you imagining that after this little quest, if you will, to the holds, Jakob would never take a journey anywhere for any period of time? Maybe Bart will.
No.
Why is that?
You just see like a legitimate look of confusion on Gloop's face. Why would you?
People have many motivations. And lives they want to live. Travel. See new things. Meet people.
We're doing all of that
Right.
together.
But Gloob, him going to do this doesn't mean he cares about us any less. Or that we're not still a tribe. That's not gonna change. Jakob going off to try and do good elsewhere isn't going to change that either. It doesn't mean he cares about you any less.
Changes everything, and yes, it does.
Not at all.
He's leaving.
And he will return.
Who says? Why would he?
Why wouldn't he? He cares
Because
about
he
us.
thinks I'm a killer. He thinks you're a threat to every guard that he meets.
And you know what? He loves us anyway. And I love him even though he's a stuck-up prick sometimes. That's what being a tribe is about, remember?
No. You didn't hear him. You were gone. I heard him.
But I've spoken to him.
I've spoken to him too.
His drive to do good isn't anything to resent him for. It's annoying, sometimes, for sure. But my brother was annoying sometimes, too. Gloob.
Yeah, but you haven't left your brother.
He travels, though.
Regardless of the situation that he's put you in, we still sail towards your brother at the end of the day.
And you know what? At some point in the future, my brother may go on another trip. That doesn't mean that he doesn't love me and that I don't care about him too. We're still siblings, and we are still a tribe.
You don't
Jakob?
abandon your tribe.
It's not abandonment.
It is. And it's what he wants to do. So let him do it. That's fine. And I will disadvantage try to slip the bottle out of Julian's hand without him knowing it.
Okay.
It's just like making eye contact and looking at him the whole time.
14.
What is that against? I can't remember.
That'd be. It says it's a sleight of hand. Is basically it's against your passive. It's against your perception.
I'm actively looking at him. Do I get to roll for that, or would it be passive? He's also
Roll.
actively holding it
Yeah.
in his hand.
Yeah. I'll say it's an active check since this is opposed checks.
Oh yeah, that is an 18 on the dice plus stuff.
All right, so it'll turn into an active athletics check. As a
Try to wrench it from
I'll
you.
do it, and I will try to. Once I notice you noticing, I'll try to wrench it from you.
I would like to step in as the elder mediator. Hold on, and
14.
try to just let me have a swig and leave, if that's all right.
Yeah, you've had plenty. Share with Bart.
I'm trying to pass it off to Bart.
Who's making the opposed athletics check? 'Cause he's pulling on it.
I'm not trying to pull on it at all.
It's
I'm just
14.
holding
Is the
it up.
It's
DC.
another 18. I have no strength bonus, so that's just an 18.
Bitch, what good are sticky hands if I can't fucking stick onto a bottle?
Real quick, while all of this is happening,
Uh-huh.
if I put the groceries away,
It's 16 gold worth of groceries, so I mean, you're probably almost done.
Long conversation.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they're away. They're away.
To be fair, I didn't tell him.
Yeah,
to
that's
put
right.
them
You
up
just said to get them
until
in the cabin. Yeah, so definitely
cabin. They're
done.
gonna
Yeah.
carting them right over to something else soon.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, you're definitely done. What?
Jacob, not the best social awareness, knowing that all three
Fucking
of his
ripping
friends
my
are in
boy.
the room. Probably gonna walk in.
Just kind of
Hurry up, Bart.
Yeah, I'll grab it and do one of those like about this.
Door opens with Jacob.
Julian is going to hop up, poke his head out the door, and be like, "Hey, fuck off! I'll come get you in a minute." And just shut the door in his face.
He stood in the doorway. He opened the door.
Who's that?
Like, oh, my friends are getting drunk without me.
Do you
have fun drinking?
do you let the door shut? Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
You just let it shut.
I
Okay.
just thought y'all were planning something for tomorrow. Well,
No, where would be the justice in that?
Jesus Christ.
Fucking.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
The door is shut.
One second.
No.
Hey, I gotta pee.
No. Leave the door open.
Door's open. Boom.
Alright, well, Julian's no longer gonna lie
Welcome
about the
in,
pretense to pee.
Jakob. Take a look around.
I mean, I know what your room looks like. Y'all right there, Gloob?
I'm fine.
I will, when he bows, I'll just raise the bottle and its half empty contents and
Just knowingly shakes head up and down. Yeah, I know what a drunk person looks like.
Quite familiar.
insinuating that there is half a bottle.
Are you trying to get the bottle from Bart now?
Bart now. Yeah.
Nice.
Just
Okay.
kind of like look between Jakob and Gloob for a second, and then
Alright, so no more pretense. Jacob, come here.
17.
Trying to wrestle it from me?
No, he's trying to sleight of hand it from you while you're looking at Jacob or talking to Jacob.
My passive perception is 18, even if I wasn't looking.
Just hits in the face with the bottle.
That's gonna turn into an athletics check. Mother bitch. 7.
Battle of the low strength score.
so I have plus 0 to that, so
Plus 0 as well. I just rolled an 11.
See him reach the whole shoulder into the bag and pop open a bottle of gut whacker or whatever.
Good whack.
Let me double check. Hold on. I gotta tell you how bad this one is. Yeah. This one, yeah, gut shaker. This one is made out of fermented goat's milk, so it's fucking gross. I'm just gonna go ahead and say.
oh,
I'm basically reading like the very beginning of the ingredients, and that's what I'm basing flavor off of. It is very strong and nasty.
just kind of looking over at it, getting a whiff.
Ugh.
Say,
Nasty
Slow up
bitch.
a bit.
Why would
Anyway,
anyone do this?
Well,
You're
let's
not
just,
gonna like
let's
yourself
just
tomorrow.
stop and just talk this all out.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason for us to sneak around. Gloob's upset because he thinks you're leaving us.
I'm upset. No, you are leaving us.
He's not
more
leaving us.
importantly, he thinks you're leaving us because you don't care,
Tell him.
which is wrong.
Tell him what you told Darby today.
I told him about all the things that we've done, and I've told him about the things that have happened. I was truthful with them.
Yeah. Tell him what Julian did.
That he threatened the guards in Seaton.
And what
do
I
that
did.
pretty regularly, yes.
That she killed the man. That I didn't think that the man was a particularly good person. But
But what? But it wasn't what?
he killed him before any justice could be served to him.
It was justice. And you said it wasn't.
Maybe for you, but it's not how it works in Saltmarsh.
Yeah, when Seaton's gonna get my justice? But is any guard gonna march into the marshes and get my justice, Jakob?
And what is your justice, Gloob?
Tell me when anyone in this town is gonna march out there and watch out for anyone outside their city walls, Jakob.
What happened in the marshes, Gloob?
I
You don't know.
can't say that anybody will, but that's what I want to do. That's what I've always wanted to do. Is I want to help people outside of Saltmarsh and outside of Seedon, outside of the big cities. I want to be like Darby, and I want to go to those smaller places and help people.
What do you
That's
think
a-
we've been doing? We are
That's-
being that justice the whole time, Jakob. That's what we are.
For
We
now,
are
Gloob.
justice.
Gloob. Look, we are for now. But when this is said and done, I'll be settling down to be a fisherman again. And I imagine Bart will be trying to comfort people in places where they don't have any. Jakob's gonna be out there to protect those in need of protecting. Whatever happened in those
But
marshes.
only when he deems them. What? What's the defining factor there, Jakob?
What do you mean? I'll help anybody that needs help.
You can chop a smuggler in half, a pirate in half,
If they threaten
but when
me,
it
yes.
comes out to doling out my justice, then it's wrong.
And that, from
When
what
it-
I understand, that man was unarmed and he was in a cage. He was going to face
You are done it
justice.
again, and you know that better than I do.
If he had done it again and he got out and he had a sword and he was threatening more people's life, I would have killed him.
You're gonna submit. You're gonna subject more innocent people to it, Jakob. No, you wouldn't have. I know you wouldn't have.
If he had gotten out, Gloob, I would have hunted him down and I would have brought him back
And
and
you
I
would
would have sat
justice.
in the cage with him until he was hung. But that wasn't my decision at the time. It was yours to kill him before he had the chance to get out, before the council had the chance to submit judgment.
Before he could hurt anyone else. That's what we're doing. That's what you want to leave behind. We're out here to help people, and you're, I don't know, too blind to see that? Your armies aren't going to march on injustices of the world, and that's what we are doing. We will try to push Jakob. It's not going to work, Gloob's. And drunk. He's going to try to he's going to bounce off of your armor.
Gloob.
I'm gonna real quick. While he's pushing me, I'm gonna kind of step back and go down to a knee. And I'm assuming Gloob's gonna keep trying to push me. And I'm gonna hug Gloob.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I'm going to slip out of your grip.
I'm gonna try to.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try to.
Grapple check!
Yeah.
Athletics versus
Stop
acrobatics.
resisting. I'm being emotional.
That is a 30.
Holy shit!
I
You
only got
getting hugged, my guy.
I got
Just
6 plus
grabs
11, 17.
Just grabs your cranium. Right here.
I keep struggling against it.
I love you, Gloob. I love everybody here.
Interjection. While they're distracted, hugging and stuff, Julian's gonna try and mage hand that liquor bottle around a corner or under something, just out of sight.
Which one? The one Glue has, the one Bart has.
Does Gloob still have it?
Glue has 2. Glue went in for the second one.
Yeah,
after
he's
he
got-
get this first
Yeah, I
one
didn't know
back
if you'd
to Bart.
set it down for this little exchange or something.
He still has it.
Mage hand ain't strong enough for that, Chief.
Yeah, no, I thought it was sitting on something. Whatever.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Never mind.
Yeah, no worries.
I will always love all of you.
You got a weird way of showing it.
The things that we've done have changed me and changed the way that I view things. If you're going to be angry at anybody, I'm glad that you're angry at me. Because I'm angry at me. I want to be here with y'all. And keep doing the right thing. I don't know why I have this uncertainty. I don't know where it's coming from. You're very important to me, Gloob. You are my family.
I'd like to leave.
You'd like me to leave?
Before he does, Gloob.
I think I'd like everybody to leave.
Before we do, and we will, if that is what you want. I don't know what happened in that marsh. And if you don't want to tell me, that's your business. But if there were injustices there, wouldn't it have been best if someone who gave a shit about justice and protecting those who couldn't was around? That's all Jakob wants. And when this is done and I settle down to fish, will you resent me for staying in Whitecrest with my family? Or will you be there with me? You can't protect anyone from that village, and neither can Jakob. And I don't love either one of you any less, because I will be fishing and teaching my son to do the same. I will care about you both just as much, and you will always be welcome in my home. And when Jakob needs a place to rest from going out and trying to help people, my table will be open to him. And I hope you'll share it with us, because we are a tribe. And that's something no journey for justice and no trip out on the ocean to catch fish can change. A brief separation doesn't change family.
And with that, he's gonna just kind of reach up and squeeze Gloob's shoulder. And unless Gloob brushes it off, he will not take his hand off. Just if Gloob remains silent, he will just kind of like pull him in for a hug. But not an extensive one. He's not going to hold him there, just a brief one in.
Do you still want us to go?
Yeah.
We're still your family and your tribe, Gloob.
One more shoulder squeeze and then give him a nod, eye contact, and walk out.
Before leaving, you just kind of say, if there's anywhere you need us to go in the swamp, we'll be there. All of us.
Already halfway out the door, Julian will turn around and affirming nod.
You two will. Close the door and lock it behind them.
I kept the alcohol with me. At least one of them.
You got the one. You got the one that tastes good.
Hopefully, you won't be able to suffer through the goat milk liquor.
God,
The
no.
good news is that if he manages to fall asleep in his barrel, he'll at least kind of stay hydrated.
Hey.
I mean, he'll stay. His skin will be hydrated.
Like,
The insides, little.
the barrel's water level's gonna be up here, and then by morning it's gonna be down here.
Oh
Like,
god,
Wake up like, I'm feeling great, but where'd all my water go?
it's gone. All right.
After everyone's outside and Gloob shut and locks the door, Julian's gonna look up at Jakob and
Everything said was true. He'll come around. He's just getting used to things.
will nod at Jakob and probably walk off towards the prow of the ship or something.
I just kind of look up at Jakob and say, I know we keep saying we're a tribe, but I think we're more of a family. And I hate to kind of throw an opinion into this, but I think Gloob needs you. And I don't want you going either. If you want to go, I'm not going to keep you, but I want you to stay. And I think we all really need you. I don't want to put that on you, but it is what it is. That's just wouldn't be the same without you. And we'll do more good with you. That's all. Sorry things got like this, son. Just give him a knee pat and squeeze on by.
Luke, before he falls asleep on the bed, not in the barrel, will grab the painting off the wall of the fairy ring and just hug it and fall asleep that way.
Anybody else
Big
doing
hangover
anything?
hours. Big hangover hours. Oh no.
Anybody else doing anything for the night?
Julian's gonna be at the prow of the ship, kind of staring off to the ocean for probably a couple hours.
Okay.
It's like 8 o'clock at
Yep.
the latest right now, right?
Yeah. It's the early night at this juncture.
I'll walk up next to Julian and I'm like, this is going to be an awkward situation to get Gloob onto a boat.
It'll work out. He's.
I know. Oh, good.
Oh, you go ahead.
I mean, this is important. We don't have time to dilly-dally as much as I like to give Gloob the time that he needs for this. We gotta go.
Hopefully, it won't take him long to come around. I don't know how things were out in that swamp, but that's gonna have to get addressed sooner rather than later.
Could have already been addressed if, I don't know. I know you said there was bad stuff in there. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know. If there's something that can be done, we can do it.
We haven't exactly had much downtime to have long talks. A lot of planning, a lot of doing. But you don't have children, do you, Bart?
No, I've raised a few, technically.
Technically.
Not mine.
This seems more similar to talks I've had to have with Taro.
Right.
Gloob is still fairly young. Not that we're much older, but we've dealt with more.
Not much older.
I think
I don't know how old Bart is.
Like 50.
Aren't you like 30?
Hmm?
Julian's like 30 years old, right?
Close to it, like 20, 28, 29.
You're like,
I think
Oh wait,
I'm
no,
old.
he's like 32 actually.
So you're
I
like,
think I'm older than the other 3 party members combined.
you're twice my age, and Bart is about 4 times my age.
Julian was talking like experientially, so like
mm,
species maturity taken into
gotcha.
consideration.
Fair enough. Is that something Julie would know about? Fuck, I'm kidding.
I
I'm
mean-
joking.
He knows Gloob's an adult.
Yeah, like I said, I'm kidding.
Right. Well. Yeah. I get that. But I get the feeling Gloob's not had a lot, and we're probably the most he's had, and that makes it a lot different, you know. It's it is what it is, right?
It's one of those things that we can say to him, but only seeing will prove to him, really.
Right.
Jakob cares about him. He cares about Jakob, even if he's drunk and pissed off right now. I don't begrudge Jakob and his desire to go do well. Maybe we can see what's going on in these swamps after our little ocean trip. I wanted to settle down and fish again, but if Gloob can't find peace until that's dealt with, then we have a little more to do first, I think.
I want to kind of stare at Julian a little bit and just kind of give him. I don't know how full of shit you are.
He hadn't broken eye contact, or he had been staring out at the ocean the whole time and just looks over.
What you mean by that?
You're not a fisherman no more. I know it's a good thing to want to do.
Sure as hell would like to be.
Be a fisherman. There's a lot of wrong out there.
And that's why people like Jakob exist.
But you're not like that.
What you mean?
I mean, if we're all gonna go out and try and do a good deed, you're not gonna say, "Well, that's nice. You boys stay safe."
Well, I hope we're not all gonna be out trying to crusade around. What do you plan on doing?
Looks back out at the ocean.
I don't have a plan. This is the closest it's come so far. To not be in Gilbin and to make something of myself. Be better. Be different. Do what's right by Sorololi. As best I can when I'm not making a damn mess of everything.
Finding some village that needs a caretaker doesn't fall into that for you? Maybe you could be the priest of Whitecrest.
He's smiling. He doesn't actually think that would go anywhere.
Right. Well, I mean, I had a nice celibate life in Gilbend, and then I've been corrupted by these outsiders going around doing good and saving cities. I don't know if I can go back to a quiet life anymore. You city folks have spoiled me so much.
Degenerates, every single one.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna take a swig of that fucking liquor.
Julian's still looking at the ocean, but he holds out his hand.
Come on.
You son of a bitch.
You all fucking jack this man's booze. That's fucked.
It's for his own good.
Shaking my head.
Yeah, I hand it over.
This one ain't a fake sip.
Yeah, right.
Jakob will head to his room immediately following that kind of just look at the wall in the room, and then sit down with a pen and paper and begin to write.
All right. So, Jacobites and Bart and Julian, you guys chat and figure out what the fuck y'all are gonna do.
As we get a buzz on before
Yeah.
going off
Yeah.
to a fucking pirate ship, apparently.
Yeah.
Julian won't overdo it. He'll just have a little.
Yeah.
But, just sharing a drink with a friend.
Yeah. And Gloob, as you kind of clutch the painting to your chest and drift a bit off, as kind of that just total black of just piss drunk sleep. Just kind of that tunnel vision goes. You just hear ever so faintly, just perhaps it's some small comfort. You just start to hear it slow, just of just a familiar hummed tune, a very similar but not quite the same, like light, almost mystical humming as sleep takes you. And that is where we'll call tonight's session.
Yeah.
Blue will come along until he falls asleep.
So, holy shit! We went really over, but totally worth it. Totally worth it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you guys so much for joining me for this. I hope y'all had a fun session. I know I did. That was fucking awesome. I hope anybody who was hanging out enjoyed themselves watching too. We do this every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time till usually about half an hour ago, but we were go wild. We also started late, so I'm going to justify it in every way I know possible. So we usually go to about 7 to 11 Eastern Standard. On Saturdays, we have our Across Eberron campaign, which is DM'd by our boy right here, Mr. Gloop. We got RL stuff. I don't know if we're returning this week quite yet. I think it's still kind of up in the air, but we will see. We'll get there when we get there. Got to handle shit. But yeah, so we'll be doing that. Once again, shout out to the not Extra Life, the International Medical Corps, which we are still running trying to raise some money for, because they're doing good things, helping people that need it over in Ukraine, both on the physical and mental well-being side of things. That being said, I think we're gonna raid our friends over here at Dice Cream Sandwich, show them some love, be kind. They do TTRPG things as well, and we'll see people next week. I mistimed things, so I'm just going to ramble here for a few more seconds and see y'all later. Bye!